Okay. Turn down the idle music, and hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's been a bit. Left on a bit of a cliffhanger there. Now we're finally back.
It's a dragon! Ah!
It's a dragon.
This is the prequel to How to Train a Dragon. It's How to Kill a Dragon.
So, last we left off, the group had finished with their fish retrieval, brought it back to the palace. Through much deliberation and discussion with one another, they eventually brought it back, went to the side entrance, conferred with a few people, found that the palace was in a bit of a tizzy. They investigated further, found that the palace's war room was occupied with the king at the helm. After some politicking, it was revealed that there was a dragon bearing down on the kingdom, eventually threatening to do great damage, as it has already wiped out several villages and destroyed all attempts at both diplomacy and taking it down. The king cracked a harebrained scheme where the party, if they will be willing to, would take the fish that they had previously retrieved from the warehouse, go out, bait the dragon into firing range of the kingdom's armed core, those who are firearm trained, and doing so successfully, drawing it into a killing field where it was then peppered in a hail of cannonballs and musket shot. Dragon is now grounded with its wings shredded by shot. One of its legs is limp. Its chest is concave with a cannonball half sticking out of it. And all of its craggy scales, the almost beard-like structure on its chin, some of its talons, and even a few of its toes have been ripped at and chunked off.
Is this thing living just through pure adrenaline alone right now?
No.
Probably.
No. Because as it still stands, it is still a massive, imposing creature. Its every footfall makes the ground quake. Every breath it struggles to choke out raises the ambient temperature around you by a few degrees, enough to cause sweat to prickle on the back of your neck. Its wings, while shredded, are still massive, carry with each beat substantial weight. Teeth are still the size of swords. Its eyes still see all of you, and they are fixed on you with lethal intent. Its tail, with the end clipped off, whips back and forth like a jungle cat, taking the measure of its prey. This thing is still alive, and it wants to eat you.
Well, that's no good.
I have a very funny question.
You may have a not so funny answer.
Is it considered bloody?
No.
Oh no, bro.
Or here's the thing.
It wasn't.
Here's the thing. How would you know what a bloody dragon looks like? This thing's definitely shredded up. So my answer to you is, you don't know.
I took the liberty of looking up how much health an adult dragon has, and it's a lot. It's a lot.
Is it like in the hundreds or thousands?
I think it's better if we don't know.
If the GM would allow me to tell you, then
Posit you would
I could tell. But
I would posit you something else. What makes you think I'm going by the normal stat block?
That's also fair.
True.
In that case, officially, unless the GM stops me, officially an adult dragon.
I would say not get bogged down in the numbers for the time being.
Yeah, you know what? Fair enough.
No, because what we have right now, just fine.
I only wanted to look up its HP as like just to know. but not necessarily to metagame, because I was curious how much HP they have compared to like 5e, for example.
Tempted to throw on some battle music. Let's try. You know what? Roll20's got a decent selection.
Hey DM,
Mhm.
I have a request
What is that?
for this fight. Since there's presumably only one enemy, could you do us the favor of rotating the dragon image towards who's gained their ire?
Absolutely. Right now,
I feel like that would
That's
make us
Oh,
feel a
I
little bit
wonder if
more.
it's the big man in the front.
I think it's mostly just you. Right as it is right now. Everybody in this general direction.
Each.
Fixed it.
Hey, DM, look away. Woo!
No.
Shizuka is looking too.
Hey, I was not there. I was there.
Fine, you're here now.
Oh,
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Oh,
You've
good,
been
Checo,
sacrificed.
you're in your
You've been sacrificed to the dragon.
Yeah, Checo, you're in your usual spot where you always end up being when combat happens.
don't mind. Being a mage is hard.
Being a mage is hard. Yeah, right. I'm a mage too. I'm fine.
You can yell.
Armor.
You're a cleric. That's different.
I am also a mage. I cast stab.
I mean, Kar is a
Very true.
mage too. He casts iron.
Actually,
Yeah.
I cast shield.
What is?
No,
what
he's a
is Trico's
mage.
AC?
He's a mage. He can
I-
he can cast spells.
I actually do have spell casting. Remember? Yeah, I cast shield.
What was the question? Siren?
What is Trico's AC?
Right now, a
Mhm.
nice, cool 18. It's always lower than that.
Oh, I see. I have 22.
Yeah, it's fun
By the
fact.
way, I
it's-
hope
It's okay. I'll protect you.
What's it called? The fun fact. The only reason it's higher right now. This is its high state, high point. It's because I'm a fox. It
Okay.
technically gets it's better than I'm a fox.
Maybe maybe get familiar with the fox life then from now on.
Oh, I hate
I think that's.
how that's actually how that
Alright,
works out.
Now that that's sorted, I think I've got a little bit of something playing in the background.
Is there music in Roll20 playing?
Yes, there is.
Oh, there
Yes.
is.
You may have,
Oh, I
yeah,
don't
you
hear
may
it.
have, yeah. You may have
Maybe I
muted
need
the
to.
site.
Hmm.
It's a little bit faint. It's not too loud.
I'm trying not to have it be overpowering.
Yeah, no.
That makes sense.
Sound
Supposed to be a background.
Is enabled.
No.
Oh,
I have a
Background
mild
to the
question.
fight that is now happening. As people have dismounted from the carriage, from the wagon,
Hmm.
touched the ground, some of you coming to a stop. The dragon leers you
oh, I
down,
hear it now.
and
Ooh.
first to go, quickest to act, is Vark.
Yeah. Speaking of fast to act, having consumed both a haste potion and an animal aspect raptor potion in the previous rounds, this guy is now a fetchling on deck. So with a total speed of 80,
Right.
Wow.
I
Wow.
ask you, these two rims,
It does
how
look like high
tall
ground.
are they in relation to the dragon?
In relation to the dragon,
Does the dragon still tower above them? Or is there a
It's-
feasible chance one might be able to leap on top of the dragon from them?
I'm glad that we had a very similar idea
Oh.
there.
The dragon's
What?
wings still come up over those rises. Shredded as they are, the wings come up, and they come brushing over the top of those elevated areas.
Also, I see something, God.
Quick question out of curiosity, and the GM can tell me to shut up.
Go for it.
When does Frightful Presence trigger? Because I think it has it, right?
Question.
Mm,
I'd be surprised if it doesn't.
it's 180 feet. You're absolutely correct. Huh. We should do that.
Ah.
You know, yeah.
I had to. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It keeps me honest. Both good and bad. Everybody within 180 feet, so that's everyone, barring nobody, needs to make me a willpower save.
A quick question. I sent you my question.
Mhm.
Just for the record, I'm going to spend inspiration on this save.
For the record, I don't have inspiration for this.
Well, how about that?
But it's going down by 1 each time.
Oh
my
my
god,
God.
it is!
Oh my god.
Quick,
A
What?
16?
What?
No, Vark,
Okay,
no.
well,
Your
no,
insight
he
bonus
rolled a
is
17,
gone.
but
No.
it's higher. No,
Hang
but
on.
his roll
No.
was still a 17.
No,
Yeah,
no,
hang
no,
on,
no.
For the sake of
He
the
gets more
pattern.
than
Well,
that.
it-
no.
Okay,
Here's the thing.
okay, time
with
to-
that, it's still a full house because now 21, 20, 19, 18.
Actually,
That's
wait,
true.
hang on.
So yeah,
Plus one.
that's 4
I'm
so
saving
far.
that.
Where's this plus?
I feel so bad because I'm the one who pointed it out, but I don't have to roll.
That's correct. You don't
One
suffer
second,
you
I'll
don't
roll in a
suffer
bit.
from morale effects.
Immunity to mind affecting effects.
Hmm.
I'm sorry because
This
I'm the one who
bitch. No, I'm kidding.
pointed it out.
Oh, don't worry.
And then I'm also the one who's immune to it.
That's fine because you're the first thing between them and the dragon.
Yeah, I know.
Can I use Elephant in the Room's weapon focus instead
Oh,
of
yes.
the? Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yes. So you can apply it to a weapon group instead of a specific weapon.
Yes. Great. Great.
A
No,
mortal
It's a
why?
hell of a-
snap
it's a
snaps
hell
its
of a weight
jaw
off.
at the Lord of Locusts.
For oh yeah,
Okay. So that's 4 people so far. We are missing 3.
Yeah, hang on, I'm just adjusting stuff. And
And
So
carry on.
willpower, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
boy. Oh
ouch.
boy.
This is probably
that's
some
not
gross
that's not the
thing.
16.
Okay. Yeah. And that
Oh!
is 27 if it's a charm or
Where's
compulsion
our
effect.
dragon boy and his dragon?
Oh right, yeah, I need to do those too,
well,
huh?
then-
Do I get a bonus?
No.
Are you invite you?
Let's see.
If any,
Well,
if any,
If anything, you
if
should be
anything
extra
due to
scared right
past,
now.
I was about to say, if anything due to past trauma, you should get a penalty.
Yeah, you
well, you know what? I'm going to scream again. I'm going to use my banshee roar.
Nope, wrong game.
Yeah, wrong game. So this is Vair's because it's not letting me roll his will save. That is a 15. And here we go. Will 26.
Not bad.
So Vair
Good.
got a 15. Kari got a 26.
So I'd like to point out. I'll just put in Simpa. There's a smiley face on the battlefield.
Hmm.
Where?
Yeah.
That wasn't.
Sully has been according to them, been drawing little Easter eggs on the map.
Oh
I
no,
don't-
no,
I-
I mean
no,
like
that
with
wasn't
the
me.
rocks. Like here, I'll show you.
Oh, you mean that? Yeah.
Here and here, like that.
I also
Huh?
see
I don't see
a
anything.
Where?
see
Go
a
on
here.
left.
Oh, I see it.
Goofy little slime
Oh.
face. But yes, it's time to actually dole out consequences.
Well, isn't the consequence?
Me already making the lowest save.
Mhm.
No,
Well,
you pass. You
no,
pass.
you-
Dragons aren't that scary.
Well, you didn't make the
I'd like
lowest.
I would like
Oh,
I
yeah,
would
you
like
did.
to u-
Oh god.
I would like to use a power word. No, no, I'm kidding. The
Right.
GM's like, the fuck do you mean? No.
uh, could you delete this? I don't want to see it.
You want to see that?
I think
You
the
want
DM.
you want to see the gummy bear?
The GM is the one that has to clear.
You don't want to see the. You don't want to see a gummy bear.
I don't want to see it.
Second.
I
You
just
can
saw
also clear
that.
the smiley face.
Okay. Uh. Correct. Oh dear. In that case.
I don't like this suspense.
Everybody who's rolled lower than a 21.
Damn.
Really?
That
Woo!
meaning Holo, June, Siren, Holo, that's specifically June. Holo, Siren, Chico. Bark barely beats it out. Flick and Vair. The next 18 rounds. Unless you have something that can null out a morale effect, something that can counter fear, are now shaken. That means you take a -2 penalty on all attacks, saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks.
You know what? I actually, Vair might have something for that. I think he might have just got it. I need to check.
I have blessed.
I have something for it as well, but I need to touch you to do it.
I'm assuming that's
Well,
common emotions or
-2
something?
to pretty much every roll.
I have calming touch.
Ah, yes.
It
Little
removes
commune.
shaken and a bunch of other things, but she needs to touch you to do it
Mhm.
because it's a touch.
Yes. Okay. So,
So it.
Hmm?
Here's a question: if someone gets an increased bonus to the save necessary to make the save again, will they immediately re-roll or
no.
what?
Unless they
Okay.
unless an ability is used on them that specifically says they can immediately get a reroll.
Okay.
For those of you who have succeeded at being Mallory, Arya, and Clark, you are now immune to the frightening presence for the next 24 hours.
Oh. Thank God.
Everybody else takes a -2 on basically every action is going to count for the next encounter. Make sure to factor those in. Going to count. Now that that little bit of bookkeeping is out of the way, I think we can actually commence the combat. Mark, what's our crackhead little fetchling doing?
Well, I was typing it up right now, but I guess I can just voice it.
+4
So
morale.
as Vark steps out of the cart and the dragon looms above everyone, and the reality of what they're doing right now sets in. This veritable quiet before the storm. Considering just now all the cannons had went off, all the muskets. Compared to that, it's pretty quiet right now.
It's a
He feels this adrenaline rushing through his body, and he feels how his heart starts beating faster and faster as this presence starts overwhelming him. And then he turns the back of one of his hands marked with the runes, with the sigils from his master, and he places the back of his hand against his lips and kisses it. And he whispers to himself, "Master, I'm about to slay a dragon. Please be with me." And that moment, that inspiration, gives him enough willpower to overcome this frightful presence. And the very next instant, he's fucking gone as he double moves to jump on top of the dragon.
Okay.
Attempts to rather, I should say.
To break into that for a second.
Yes, absolutely.
After dismounting the cart and your feet plant to the ground, now that you're on the floor and no longer moving away from it, the sheer size of this creature finally hits you. The immensity of this apex predator, this thing that was a part of a race that ruled the planet once upon a time. Thing of legends and myth. One of these things, especially this size, has not been seen for centuries. You have read so much about dragons, what they've accomplished, the magic they made, the empire they built once upon a time, and then gone. The only trace in modern day that any of you have ever found of them was when you spoke to the troglodytes and you heard the story of the Midnight Sun. That was supposedly would go some way to explaining their sudden disappearance off the planet, their erasure as the apex dominant creature in the world. Now before you stands one of these things, feral, but no less massive, gnashing, burning, and imposing. As you stare this creature down, and as you say a quiet prayer to your master, whose soul still thrives within your skin, maybe it's the pulse of your heart, caught in a situation of sheer survival of the fittest. Maybe it's the way that the blood is thundering in your ears. Maybe it's the way that your skin tingles and it pulses through you. You swear you feel for a moment after your prayer that responding pulse that goes across the surface of your skin. It could just be your mind playing tricks on you. It could just be the blood flow. It could be shock. It could be fight or flight. But it's there. And in the moment next, like nobody's business, you take off, your feet pounding through the mud until eventually you start getting into drier earth where the heat of the dragon is undeniable and you're up on the ledge. And now I'm going to need an acrobatics check from you as you attempt to jump onto the dragon's back. High up on the ridge, you hear more orders being shouted after the thunderstorm of cannon and gunfire finally abated. You can imagine that the tinnitus and the deafening took a moment to fade before you hear more orders being shouted, and a voice that unmistakably it's that of King Guillermo. Reload! The army is setting up for another volley as best they can. The space up on the cliff is limited. No doubt they won't be able to fire down the full force they would before. But with any luck, you will have supporting fire soon.
Yeah, okay. As Var comes up on the ridge, he turns his body, he digs his feet into the ground, he uses his hand to support himself as he turns his body, angling it correctly for the next dash and jump. I'm going to spend both a point of inspiration and panache for 2d6 bonus. I'm going to roll them separately because if I roll a 6 on the panache die, I can roll one. It explodes basically.
That's pretty nice.
A 21 will do. As you, with a 3 from your insight, now the panache. Roll again.
Whoa.
A total of
It happened!
11. For a total of 32.
Shocking, Vera explodes a dice
Wow.
again.
You dig your heel into the dirt, you use your momentum, and you, taking that angle, that momentum of your speed, you don't come to a dead stop. Instead, what you do is more akin to the backwards jump of a high jumper. As you take the momentum and then kick your foot above your head, somersaulting over the shredded wings of the dragon as they beat, and the air pressure and the heat threatens to throw you off with the wind pressure. But you fly through the air nimbly and then land atop its peppered, shattered, bleeding scales. You smell the whiff of lead
As-
and gunpowder
as
on
the-
its scales.
As the heat and that stench, and again the very presence of this dragon, as it just exudes power, comes wafting up from below him. Again, as he sails through the air, there's that faint whispered prayer. Even if I don't make it today, I'll see you soon. And then he lands.
You land atop its back. Its rock-hard scales, pliable but dense, and even the sections where cannonballs hit, there's indentations rather than rip or holes where it would have done on any other creature. Its muscles, even struggling to stand as it is now supporting its weight, coil with a potential energy beneath its hide. You can feel even through your boots. This thing is primal strength. And you just jumped on its back. Is that your turn?
Quick question.
That is my turn.
How does it work with bigger creatures who have like bigger reach because of their size? If you approach, does that trigger an attack of opportunity because you're moving instead of the start range?
Yes, normally it would.
Do you count that as do you count this check as a tumble? Or not tumble, but like moving through this space?
He did move into the creature space. Now, normally, given it is a creature of huge size, it has a reach of, I believe, 15 feet.
Mm-hmm.
As such, at any point,
That's
during
why I
the
asked,
could have
because
swiped at him.
technically...
That acrobatics check counts as a tumble attempt with a significant increase in difficulty because he's not just trying to move through its space, he's jumping on its back. However, one of its legs is hobbled, and at the moment, it is unable to make reactions. So it became immediate as he came within its reach, and it did not immediately attempt to claw at him as he ran through its reach, basically. Threat spaces. With that,
just wanted to check that on you.
Vark, is that your turn?
That is my turn, yes.
Okay. Siren. The
Okay.
enormity of this creature dawns on you. How do you act?
Well, like, ever since this thing showed up and we got here, she's been stunned to see something she thought, like, she would only ever hear about in fairy tale books. But here it stands before them. So, having already blessed everyone with a bit of fire resistance, Siren will first move not too close, just repositioning basically to here. She will do. Yeah, I think she will do a burst of healing. Because we're pretty badly hurt since the last time it blew fire on us. So she's gonna do one of her nifty, trusty channel energy. Why the fuck is it gone? Oh, there it is. It's 46 plus 2, I believe. Plus charisma. Yeah, charisma modifier is just a 2, so... Stepping forward and planting her staff into the ground, she says a prayer to, well, to Arena more than Maluna now, and will heal everyone around her, including herself, for 17 hit points. And then, standing back up from the kneeling position, she will look at the dragon, making direct eye contact, and if anyone is to look in her direction, they wouldn't see her mouth moving, but the dragon hears inside of its head. In Draconic, you seem ailed. Tell me, what is it that ails you? We've come to defend this home. What do you want?
Interesting.
Assuming that I can speak as a free action.
You can. So, first off, giving up prayer and washing your party with healing, much needed after a very nasty graze with dragon fire. You attempt to communicate with this creature. You look it in the eyes. And when your mind meets its eyes snap to yours. Previously, it is momentarily distracted by the thing that just jumped up on its back between its wings, and for a moment, it looks like it's ready to twitch its wings to try and swat whatever this is off, like a horse trying to get rid of a fly with its tail. And then its eyes go to yours as there's a connection, and it knows instinctively who's talking to it. And what you get in return isn't conversation. It's not a reply. You're overcome with feelings, concepts. Over that bridge comes pain, comes anger, comes hunger, comes a drive, something, compulsion, so much pain. There's an image in your mind for a moment, a flash of silver, white, a searing agony in a concentrated point, a knife driving into your brain. And then nothing but hunger and anger beyond that. You get an impression of beating wings, of a skeletal hand, of a laughing dragon not like yourself. It's for a moment your mind melds with its. There's an impression of cold. A deep, sibilant, hissing chuckle. And that's as much as you get for the time being.
What? Was this thing lobotomized? Interesting, okay.
So you've healed. You've used...
Well, now we can assume some kind of torture, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if magical or not.
Mm-hmm.
It seems altered.
Perhaps. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
That's all I can do.
Okay. Then it's about time.
Oh, actually,
Mhm.
I should ask, just for future turns, it doesn't say on my sheet if Calming Touch is a standard action or otherwise.
Uh,
I think it should be.
I believe it should be. 1 second. Da-da-da. Standard action. It says it
Okay.
in the.
Also, real quick, who gets a 17 healing?
Everybody
I
around
believe it was
Uh,
everyone in the radius.
Yeah, everyone
okay.
except for Vark and
Shizuka.
Shizuka. But Shizuka,
Which
I
is
wouldn't
good
wanna heal
because
her
that would
anyway.
have hurt. Yeah, that would have really fucked Shizuka up. So I'm
Yeah.
really glad that you didn't hit her.
I'm glad we got that. I'm glad we got that out of the way early. But yeah, also, Hecate, thank you very much for the self care. I needed to straighten my spine out. Okay, time to focus up because it's one more
And
scaly
get a
boy's
drink for your
turn.
parched out.
Yes, it's time for one big scaly boy to get his turn.
If we say no, he's legally not allowed to take his turn.
Please try the
No.
whole swipe or no swiping thing on him. I'm sure he'd be
I-
overjoyed.
Why don't you
playing
I
stop?
get-
Yeah.
Again, just invoke power word nuh-uh.
All right, Chico, come on. Go and tell him no.
I'm shaken. You can do that for me.
Cast Schooner reverse. But yes,
Oh no.
the dragon seems conflicted for a moment as it staggers to get its paw put underneath it. It hangs with a bit of limpness. Not that it dangles as if a moment from tearing off, but rather if it's injured. You see that there is shot stuck in the joint that makes it difficult for it to move, but eventually it does manage to get its foot underneath it, and its claws dig into the dirt. If the heat around it weren't so intense, the blood would most likely turn the ground to mud with the sheer amount that is gouting out into the ground. First off, at the beginning of its turn, not that was matter too much, because Vark currently has protection from energy. The dragon's fire aura does 1d6 points of damage, ignored.
Thank God for protection of energy. You really came in clutch, Junebug. I love you.
Yeah, I think that it lasts for 10 rounds. Let me read.
Ain't that sweet?
Communal resist energy.
Believe...
Yes, the duration is 10 minutes per level. Okay, so 70 minutes.
This is the spell that lets you go
divide the
hiking.
duration.
This is the spell that lets you go hiking through volcanoes and through frozen wastes as a group with much greater
Yeah,
ease.
although it does say divide the duration in 10-minute intervals among the creatures touched.
So
And
yes.
we are.
Which is
86%.
still, if yeah, well, to be fair, that would be 6 divided by 10, which would mean that we have 10 rounds.
One, two,
It would not
three,
10
four,
rounds.
5, 6,
If
7,
it's
8,
yeah, we'd have
9-person
10
party.
minutes.
He would have been. Siren would have been able to put that between 7 people. She is a 7th level
Yeah.
caster.
For lack of a better term, we have 100 rounds of this. A round is 6 seconds, and we each have 10 minutes.
Yep.
So basically, don't worry about it.
The dragon looks to take a deep breath now that it has all of its feet underneath itself. Its wings waggle and snap back and forth as just to try and fling Bark off, but the attempt is relatively feeble for a creature of its size and strength. It draws a breath and then there's a spatter of dark blood and fire across the ground as the cannonball in its chest impedes its breath and stops it from taking a full deep inhale. That what would have been enough blood to fill a human being is the amount that just comes out in that single cough. So rather than attempt to breathe fire, rather than attempt to deal with the gnat on its back, the dragon saying, yeah. The dragon stomps forward.
Oh god.
I'm so ready.
Are you?
I'm so not.
For the record, just so you, I don't know if this matters in this case. I do have uncanny dodge, so even if I haven't taken my turn yet, I don't count as flat-footed.
That's good. It's very good. The dragon is going to make a singular bite on Shizuka.
And then it's like 100 D70s.
Oh, I
of
wouldn't say
damage.
that.
No, it's like. Actually, I haven't looked at its attacks, so I don't know. But
It is.
it do be nasty though.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, it's definitely going to hurt. You know, if it hits. Ah, oh boy.
Parry the dragon.
Take his dice
you wish.
away.
Unfortunately, I
Take
can't parry melee attacks. I can only parry ranged attacks.
Damn.
Ah,
Damn
Yeah.
dragon.
it's not like Sekiro.
If you wanna parry, like I've actually looked at this. If you wanna parry melee attacks, it basically has to be like a class feature. There's no feats that allow you to parry melee attacks.
That's sad.
Was 15 on the die. For a total of 40.
Yeah, that is.
Ooh.
Ugh!
Ooh.
Remember you healed 17 before that.
No,
I
she
didn't.
No, she didn't.
Oh, you didn't. Well,
I'm the undead in the party.
Shizuka,
well,
what's her HP at currently?
49.
oh,
Yes, a plus 25 bonus. Literally, even if it rolls a 2, it hits me.
Well,
It was
nice
25
knowing
AC,
you.
actually not too bad.
I
Yeah.
am not fucking around when I describe this thing as an apex predator.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I didn't expect this thing to be a pushover.
It's a really good thing you're undead.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm literally the one who has like the least risk in all of this.
I'm just saying it's a really good thing you're undead because,
This gonna hurt?
well, everybody's already mourned you.
Ah!
Okay. How long's the respawn time on Revenants? Just asking.
1d4.
Respawn
1d4
time?
days.
You'll see, is all I'm going to say.
The respawn time.
I don't want to hear. You'll see.
You're about to find out.
As a matter of fact, yes, you are. You said how long was the respawn timer actually?
2d4.
2d4
days.
2d4 days. Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Now's a bad time probably to say this, but adult dragons have greater vital strike. As it rolls a total of 8d8 damage. 8d8 for its attack. Just so I'm being honest here, I'm going to go ahead and roll that in the open.
Ouch,
Come
dragon.
on, 8 damage. Come on, 8 damage.
The fact that this greater vital strike is fucking nasty. Jesus Christ.
21.
Oh no, bro.
Oh.
As its jaws
Betsy.
close around you, and for a second, everything burns about you as the fire filters from between its teeth, searing at your ghostly bones. There's your armor creaks. For the perhaps for the first time in a while, you feel pain as the dragonfire sears at more than just your flesh and armor. The jaws close, they crush. And as you're in its mouth, it whips you back and forth like a chew toy before then letting go and on the downward swing and bouncing you off the ground.
I guess he doesn't like.
Ow.
I guess he doesn't like his food undead.
I suppose not. I'm down to 6 HP. I'm still up, actually.
Oh my god.
Standard action. It has moved. What is?
Ow, my everything.
It then lowers itself down further onto the ground, almost taking on the stance of a prowling big cat. Its claws dig into the dirt that cracks and dries. The grass below it is yellowing and blackening and curling underneath it as it splays its wings out. One of its right wing jitters a bit with the motion as if struggling to do so, but it's an old familiar action. Its back feet with that one with a one large dew claw on the back claws into the ground, raking a trench in it. It's getting traction. It's getting ready for something.
Oh no, bro.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hola hola, it is now your turn.
Hold on. Alrighty. Real quick, Dimension Door, if I cast down another creature, also takes me with them, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's okay. In that case, also, Frey, I sent you a message.
Oh, I didn't see that. My bad.
Yeah, you're good. But yeah, I'm going to. Hole's gonna put his hand on Kari, and I'm gonna cast Dimension Door on both of us.
Oh.
Where are you both going?
So I'm.
And essentially, I'm gonna say I want to position us behind the dragon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Before we
Ooh.
teleport, because I assume you're running up. Could I say one thing to Vair? Because we're gonna be separated now.
Sure.
Ho runs up. Kari's probably just standing there. You know, he's aware of what's going on, but he's forcing his muscles to move. And he'll look back to Vair and go, "Brother, I feel your fear. There's no shame in that. Vish, Kal Grakul. Steal your heart. Because in moments like these, we cannot afford to be weak."
Vair's body language is one of sureness. You're acutely aware of the fact that, despite the fact that he, as an egg, was part of Orthos's sort of clutch nursery, gaggle
But
of
not
reject
really.
children, Vair has never actually clapped eyes on another dragon. You, who kind of grew up with them, though, even though in a place of servitude and subservience, you've seen many dragons of this size, always careful never to come underfoot of them. But this is the first time Vair's ever seen one like this. It's the first time he's ever seen another dragon. All he's ever had to go off of was himself. And you sense the doubt in him. That doubt that he even puts voice to it. I don't know if I can do this.
Don't have a choice. We have to. But fear not, brother. And right before the teleport flicks away, he'll do a little flourish with his weapon. Steady your heart as best you can. But fear not. Because I'm here. Let's go, hello, hello.
And he doesn't even say that. They just bloop.
Reaction, by the way.
How was that?
That's not my whole turn. But I was gonna bloop him.
Asking, Ari, what'd you say?
Ah, nothing. I was just being like a little dipshit.
Shit. Yeah.
Because I said free action, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Free action. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just being a little dipshit. Don't worry about it.
It's also a free action to cry.
It's a
Real
free
quick.
I'm doing it right now.
It's a move action to curl up into a fetal position.
And just that. As we like teleport, could I use my swift action to maybe pick up maybe a scale has fallen off or something?
Maybe.
Yeah.
You have to look around, see if there's no lack of like bits and pieces of the dragon that have come off. What would you be trying to do with what would you be trying to do with them?
You remember my whistle?
Yes.
I
That's what I was thinking.
I want something for that.
Okay.
You want me to?
Difficult. The whistle is meant to work with hair, if I remember correctly.
But I remember us talking in passing that you would allow it to work with like similar.
If you could make it,
Not
if
entirely.
you could find a way to bind it to the whistle, yes.
The only thing I can think of is a scale.
Glue. No.
Glue.
I mean, if it just has to be attached in some way, I'm sure you could just roll it in some blood on the ground. Fuck it.
Maybe.
Just lick the whistle.
One problem with that, a lot of the blood has dried
Yeah.
because of the fire aura.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get in this open wound.
I mean, my best guess was
perhaps a little bit of wing membrane.
yeah, that could also work. Shit. That one. I'm surprised it's something that's even like on the ground, considering what just fucking
There's
happened.
stuff like it's hanging it's hanging like festival ribbons in the trees.
Okay, I
Long,
will.
bloody strips of it just caught in the branches.
All right. If I could, if you want me to roll anything, I would like to take a piece of wing membrane.
I'd say that's be more than a swift action.
Yeah. Swift action. Yeah, I had that still, so I'll take it.
I'd say swift action to grab it, standard action to start tying it to the whistle. As you can go up to one of the trees and then pluck some of the wing membrane out of it, and then basically rip a shred off, tie it into the loop of the whistle, and secure it.
And because I used the flight witch hex on myself last turn, I'm gonna get the fuck out of there. Or not last turn, last session. I'm just gonna get the fuck out.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Izuka, you have just been subject to the savagery of even an injured dragon.
Yep. So, the thing, fucking the dragon, has basically ragdolled her in its mouth and like slammed her into the ground. And there's like chunks of her body missing. There's pieces of her arm all over the place. The fucking cloak with the Lorbus symbol is torn and in shreds. And despite that, she gets up with little to no issue. She gets up not shaking. She doesn't turn back. She doesn't hesitate at all because fear is something that's human, and she doesn't get that. she doesn't get to be human, and neither does fear affect her. So, instead, after getting up, with a very different attempt as to what Siren did, who tried the diplomacy route again, Shizuka instead, especially after being savaged by it, is gonna draw her sword and hold it high for everybody to see. And she will. Was it raining? Somebody remind me. Was it raining
Yes.
when the dragon appeared?
Yes.
It was, yeah.
Okay.
Close to the dragon,
She
the rain no
will.
longer hits the grain. The rain no longer hits the ground around you.
Yeah, there's basically just steam all around the dragon, I imagine. Well, regardless, she is basically going to attempt to, because I've got nothing to increase the range of her voice, but she's going to attempt to shout with a volume loud enough to reach the party, to reach maybe the ears of the men and women behind the hillside, to reach as many people as she can, as she will shout out, with then lowering her sword and pointing it squarely at the dragon. For your attacks against the kingdom of Lorbis, you are hereby condemned to death. Friends, fight for those who have already died by the dragon's hand. Fight for those who will perish if the dragon lives. Fight for those who have lost their loved ones. Fight for the loved ones who will die should we fail. Fight for the lives that weigh on your shoulders. Fight! And as much as I wished I had fucking PI shouts right now, because that would be really appropriate.
I know, right? I was actually expecting you to do it.
She doesn't have PI shouts. I replaced it with like another feature. Shizuka is resolved to basically just do as much damage as she can before she dies. So
Noble.
I will. She will resheath her sword, and I will do an Iajutsu strike.
Go for it.
No technique, because I've got nothing that would particularly increase the damage at you. So just a regular Jutsu strike. Using Spirit, so I will make this attack an advantage.
Okay.
Flaming Burst is off, for the record. I'm just gonna do the attack rolls twice. I don't think it will deal. It will immediately roll with. Okay, well,
Holy fuck!
Okay, yeah. I will use the first one.
Whoa!
I don't think the crit. I don't think the crit confirms though.
It does not.
Yeah, I figured. Because I don't think 26 is just even near in that case. That is still 37 damage with a +3 magical weapon.
The blade comes free from the sheath, floating at your side. It hums with purpose, and even now, as the flame gutters in your chest, the flame that keeps you on this mortal coil, in this mortal plane, even as it flickers and falters and does its best to rekindle itself and keep you fighting, the blade cuts clean and true, digging a deep gash into the side of the creature's arm. I believe that's your turn.
Yes.
Flick.
Alrighty. Flick, beholding this vast crimson-colored saurian before him, his eyes have turned to narrow slits, his ears have folded back, his hair stands on end, And he wields his rapier with a bit of a tremble.
Understandable.
He's not particularly steady on his feet, having, just looking at this thing, and even with the sheer amount of damage done to it, it's still kicking. Flick will take a deep breath. He'll look around at his comrades in arms, and he'll just mutter to himself, "Alright, come on, you got this. And he's going to begin flanking maneuvers.
Okay.
He's going to move in this direction. I forget, dashing's an action, right?
The double
But just
move?
a standard
Yes.
action, yes.
Moving, you can move
Okay.
twice as a standard action. Yes. Wait, you move a second time as a standard action. Yes.
Yes. In that case, I will move to here.
Okay.
It's not quite all the movement, but Flick is at least trying to get into position to start flanking. Yeah, so yeah, he'll take cover behind behind those rocks and bushes, and that was where I'll end my turn.
Running up the soft incline, running up the soft incline, you then come to a running stop behind the rocks, attempting to get guarding yourself a little bit of cover from this massive predator. Chico. Next.
Close enough.
It's your token's name, still like.
I know.
Cheeky bugger.
So, you know what's great about being a fox right about now?
Yep.
You can't hear any of the words that I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Exactly. Yep. Fuck. I should have done this real quick. I get a plus in my movement, right? B shape 2. I should have checked it beforehand. This is on me. Yeah, I think it was 40. 40 makes sense. That's the number. I can check it later. It doesn't really matter to me too much. Measure. This one, yes. I want to move somewhere around here. First action, I want to move. I think it was here. Probably there.
Me.
Close enough.
Going to a happier place. Smiles all around.
Yeah, also, as anyone who's near Chico as she takes her sprint, all you hear is yip, 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 yip. No further elaboration.
Fair enough.
Shit.
Shit.
Surely not. Surely not.
He would never be so crude. Daiko is a sophisticated lady.
And I mean, I really don't need to check. Yeah, it's far enough. Question.
Mm-hmm.
If why does it open like that? That's annoying. Each seconds. I'm going to be doing a spell. Cool. 12 damage. Before it goes through. Wait, no, damage is rolled to 2 different places. Before that goes through, if I shoot it at the dragon, will it hit, Vark?
You angle it.
Listen, I'm hitting the broad side of a barn. I think I can aim it generally at any direction that isn't where Vark is.
It's not that. It's not that you need to particularly aim it in such a way as it will stop. It's a lightning bolt. It is going to go through the dragon in a straight line.
Huh. Well, I mean, I guess I can really just hit. Oh, once again, I guess I can just hit damn near anywhere because I'm hitting a fucking barn house.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I choose to shoot it here. This path.
20-foot line. As the fox, how do you want to describe this?
As a fox runs from the pack, yelling, "Yip, yip, yip." Once it comes to a halt, it stops, and suddenly, lightning, electricity quickly, and how do I want to say this? During the run, even might say, static quickly builds up among the fox, and once she gets to her position, electricity seems to charge much, much faster, and
Like Pikachu.
with a well, pretty much with a yip much different from the yips from before. A much more loud and solid, I guess. Yip is heard as a lightning bolt is discharged from the fox. And that cost me a arcane point, technically.
Literally used Volt Tackle.
No,
No,
I'm not
like-
going near that.
No, the fox building up static electricity as it goes. Sparks arcing along its fur, comes to a stop at the slightly higher elevation. Bristles up, its tail coming up, and then a lightning bolt lances off the tip of it. As Flick, a lightning bolt blasts past the left side of your head.
A
It-
lightning bolt.
Lances through the dragon, and Karya, it flies back. From nowhere, a bolt of lightning cracks through the dragon's body, conducted through, and then comes to a stop, slamming into the ground next to you.
Oh, good.
For a split moment, lightning struck through the dragon.
Oh,
There's a momentary
do that again.
momentary burn into your eyes, into your retinas, as the after image is left behind.
I have to ask.
Hmm.
Are there any, is it combustible at all? Does it
dragon?
have any metals on it?
The dragon. The dragon has metals on it, actually, as a matter of fact. There are cannonballs embedded in it.
Are any of them lead, gold, copper, silver, or bronze?
Lead.
I doubt it.
I think that
Lead
the
maybe.
cannonball in its chest is lead.
Depends on
out of all
cannonballs can
materials.
also be made. Cannonballs can also be made out of stone. Have to be metal.
That's true. That's
These
also
ones
true.
are metal.
Cool. Can I melt them?
Melt
What-
them. Can you
What?
heat the
No,
metal in the
correction.
dragon's chest?
Correction.
Heat metal?
How about that?
Correction.
How about
Would some of them have melted due to it? Listen, you can read the spell right there. It specifically mentions
I'm
it
reading
can
it.
it can melt.
Sets fire to combustibles and damages objects in its path. It can melt metals with a low melting point. For silver or bronze. Also interposing pair of shadows or breaks with them. Continue beyond.
It might have already started to melt, given the.
Oh,
dragon's
it's already. I would
physiology.
say definitely softened due to the dragon's heat. No, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Holy
The
shit.
the dragon is hit with the lightning bolt, and the electricity arcs through its whole body, conducted all over the place by the lightning, by the metals embedded within it. Its joints light up. Its side flares with pinpricks of electricity and sparks. Most importantly, the cannonball in its chest, Shizuka would get the best view of this, glows where it was previously already sort of backlit with a red light. Heats up to a shining golden hue before it begins to droop and then come out of its chest, leaving open a sucking chest wound as the dragon roars in pain. And the
black
last
head.
little bits of gunpowder attached to all the bullets and the cannonballs embedded in it ignite, causing small
Woo!
secondary explosions.
Now, I hate to say this, but I gotta be fair. You gave it its reflex save.
Shocking.
Daring today, are we?
Yeah, once the lightning bolt is passed by Flick, he immediately ducks.
I just realized
Take cover.
I'm gonna be such a massive asshole right now. And I know this because I checked. Does it have spell resistance?
It does.
Okay.
That does mean, Draco, you are going to have to roll me a caster level check. Actually, no. Does it? Already?
I'm so sorry.
No. No.
What?
It doesn't automatically do that. Basically, I need you to roll me a d20 plus your caster level and your casting stat. That would be
Okay,
7
so-
plus your intelligence.
By the way, Rami, if you want me to shut up about like what it can do, please do.
I'm keeping these things in
I'd
mind.
like to
What-
revoke. her
Okay,
rights,
so 1d20.
to internet access.
So what?
With my-
It's a d20 plus what?
Plus intelligence and caster level.
Intelligence and intelligence modifier?
Yes.
Okay.
Very
I'll
rarely
say-
will I ever ask you to add your stat to something.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure. Intelligence modifiers 5. I think that's 7 for my caster level. I think, or is that
Yes,
right?
that would be correct.
Okay, so that's 12. Yoink.
28. That beats the spell resistance.
Thank God, I would have felt so bad.
No, you're keeping me honest and you keep it fair. Draco's magic,
Yeah, that's why I do this.
even in fox form, manages to overcome the dragon's natural resistance to magic. For player reference, this is something that comes into play with a lot of higher level enemies. They have a spell resistance, which is sort of like a secondary AC against spells. If you do not succeed in what's called a spell penetration check, or just a spell resistance check, the spell just washes off the creature. So yeah, fun times in the future.
Wait,
Not an
Wait,
uncommon
wait,
thing
wait.
for mages in the future, or in later levels, to spec into better spell penetration.
wait. Shaken.
Minus
Does
2.
that apply to this?
That would be. Shaken applies to attacks, saves, skill, and ability checks. This is not an ability check.
Okay.
Besides which, even with a -2, succeeded.
Cool.
It's Jaco's turn.
I don't yell at the DM yet. Cool.
Mallory. Mallory.
I can't believe it.
That already.
Now, admittedly, I did hear Lynn say something about internet. I didn't know.
Turning.
I'm messaging her right now. Do you just want to skip Mallory's turn for now, and then come back to?
And then come back to it. Yeah.
That may be food.
Okay.
Unless otherwise said, I'm just going to assume Mallory is moving out of the way. To a vantage point.
Oh yeah, let me see.
Oh, one
Well,
sec.
While I have the chance. Be sure. Let's take a phone. Small.
Okay. No response from Mallory so far. No response from Lynn.
Well, I guess it's either internet issues or she got pulled away, and
I would assume, since she's still on the call, is that it's the latter.
Yeah. Which is weird because she said she had dinner. She finished dinner like a few days ago. Weird.
That's something
Anyways.
else.
Probably had to cut more fruit. I'm still so mad about that. Anyways. Appearing
Alright.
behind the dragon.
Remember Furious Focus. Remember.
Yes, I will remember Furious Focus. So Quest, this is mainly for you since I now have 2 attacks. I realize I took a feat that nullifies the the damage that not the damage nullifies
Penalty to
the
attack
negative.
for your first power attack.
Yeah, I have not been using that. But that's okay.
I think you more or less have.
I have always just been rolling with power attack. I haven't been reducing that number in the initial, so I've just been gimping myself.
Polly
but
said
that's
something
okay.
in Roll20 chat.
What'd they say? I missed it.
They're having a conversation with their mom right now, and they said they move and use their standard action switch teamwork feat.
Okay. I'm sure that's a switch.
All right, good.
No, that's standard. Okay, yeah. Moved and switched teamwork. Gotcha. Okay. All right, Karya, what are you doing? You are suddenly Omaiwa Shindaru behind the.
I am suddenly Omaiwa Shindaru right behind the dragon. With that, Karya, seeing Shizuka get brutalized and then standing up, but still pretty fucked up, will shout.
I only have like my entire flank missing.
Yeah. Let's try and make sure that Shizuka doesn't die yet. We need more damage on the field in a meta sense, and in a less meta sense, I don't know that you can come back. So, Karya will take a deep breath and shout, "Off the king!" and stamp his feet, raise up his sword, and take a swing to try and garner its attention. And let's hope to God it actually hits. So we'll add a +2 onto this roll, because it's not. Okay, so that's actually a 30. And then a crit on the follow-up with a 26 crit confirm.
Jesus!
Hot.
The 26 didn't confirm for me, so it's not gonna
Unfortunately,
confirm for you either.
that crit does not confirm.
Motherfucker. All right, that's fine.
That is
that's still a ton of damage.
That is still
so that first
a total of 64 damage. But
I'll take
in
it.
2 strikes.
Yeah, I'm not complaining too hard. Always looks at my hand. Always my crits.
Is the the Furious Focus is not or is factored in?
That one is not factored in. Actually, wait a minute. Then that would mean that 26 might be a 28. It is. It's not. The Furious Focus isn't factored
That's
in.
on your second attack. You don't get Furious
Oh,
Focus.
it was the second.
Yeah, it's only
I
the
crit
first
on
one.
the second. I crit on the second. Damn it. That's fine.
Unfortunate, but hey.
Unfortunate. Yeah,
You still got
taking
2
a swing.
very solid hits on.
Yeah, I am taking anything I can get.
Come up from behind it and maybe attempting to hamstring it or something. You take 2 massive gouges out of its back leg with Shatter Spike. And
if I may, taking a swing, the first one he shouts Otharkin, demanding basically kin of Orthos. He'll as he raises his second one, he'll come down and go, Vulak kill Damanai! I take no pride in this, but I am Karya, bastard son of Orthos. And you will die by my hand today. Face me, dragon!
Okay.
Ow.
Top of the round. Over the ledge, you can hear the words of. Sounds like sergeants getting soldiers into line. You hear Guillermo over the din, voice unfamiliarly steady. Before he was always a little bit manic, a little bit informal, a little bit hesitant, a little bit jittery. His voice is like steel, as over the sound of clanking metal and the dragon roaring in pain Arya's slashes, you hear, "Bombards to the front! Musketeers, reload! Fight! Pour! Spit! Tap! Ready!" As over the hill, you see a line of soldiers with bombards, hand cannons. They wedge them underneath their arms, nestled against their hips, as they take a low stance, level the guns at the dragon. There is another smaller thunderstorm.
Broadside this bastard!
Smaller
my God.
smaller cannonballs, lumps of metal come raining down. Let's present one difficulty. Vark is atop the dragon's back.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Fark, let's talk about the cannonballs.
Vark, I would like a reflex save from you.
Absolutely. Spending inspiration on this as well.
You get inspiration. You get inspiration. Every roll gets inspiration.
19.
Some of the cannonballs hit the dirt. The awkward angle mixed with the distance and the danger close of allies makes it hard for the otherwise crude cannons to land a solid hit. Some plant into the dirt, some hit the dragon, some even go through the holes in its wings and go straight through, doing no damage. But a few hit the sides, and one plants into the dragon's back, almost clipping its spine right by your feet, Vark. As the dragon whips around in reaction to this, you are nearly thrown off its back. In fact, you are very nearly hit by the cannonball yourself. It nearly takes your foot off. But between the dragon's thrashing and your own quick actions, you're able to stay on top of the dragon.
Okay.
Now your turn.
Okay. Let me pull up something really quickly. I have 3 ideas, and they're all stupid.
Oh.
In one way or the other.
To be fair,
Ah.
stupid ideas often win the day. Sometimes.
That is true.
We're full of them.
It's a common saying. It's so stupid it might work.
We're all young,
Very
stupid, and
true.
full of ideas.
Remember,
was
no
it- what-
plan
was
survives
it-
contact with the enemy.
What is it Monster Prom says? Young, stupid, and unafraid.
Mhm.
Something like that.
Something like that. To be fair, though, most of the fucking half of the cast of Monster Prom is dead, so you probably shouldn't take any cues from them. I'm dead.
Probably not.
So Vark.
Window.
Mm-hmm.
Check out something. Oh, that should be.
I'm gonna press you for time a little bit. You're not exactly in a position where Vark would have a lot of time to decide things.
Oh no, it's just me flim with my sheet. It's not me trying to decide what to do.
Okay.
Terribly sorry. Why isn't this working?
What's up? What's wrong?
I don't think my sheet is calculating that I have weapon for this. Or using it rather. Six, 11. Oh no, no, it doesn't. Never mind. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Does it do this correctly? No. Okay. And no, it does. Okay. I'm going to ask this overseer to the party here. Would you like me to try and attack this dragon, or try to impair it?
Or try to what?
Honestly, try to impair it. At least in my opinion, the more we can impair the more we can impair this thing, the more the heavy hitters like Flick, me, and Shizuka can get into this thing. But we're having a hard. We're getting lucky right now, but our that AC is tough.
All right. I'm going to drink a potion of the long arm, toss it away over my shoulder, giving me extra reach of plus 5 feet. And then I'm going to scale the dragon's back towards its head.
Oh.
If you stick your hand in that thing's fucking mouth, I swear to God.
You're gonna feed it the potion.
No,
moving
I'm
up
not
from-
doing
Not
that
again.
shit again.
Not
moving
again.
up from wyverns, I see. That I still remember that of you basically more or less doing the whole routine of a disobedient dog not taking its medicine. Only
Yep,
yeah.
trying to force feed it a pill.
Yeah. It's not going to allow this uninterrupted though.
Yeah, absolutely.
First of all, you are still moving within its threatened range. So I'm going to need an acrobatics. Unless you
Yep.
want to take an attack of opportunity.
Absolutely not. Thank you very much.
You have a
that.
plus 10 to that. Just because I said so.
At least there's
I was
there's a
gonna
good
say,
chance it can't vital strike attacks of opportunity.
I'm gonna panache this as well.
Okay. 25.
Don't need
Good.
it.
As you clamber along its spine, 26 total. Clamber along its spine using the ridges and spikes on its back, some clipped, some broken, some parts of its back slick with oily black blood. But you still manage to get your way up onto its neck and then its head. You look down and see the ragged form of Shizuka facing the dragon down, half her face and most of her body missing, slowly reconstructing itself.
And did you generate 5 HP, so I'm back to 11.
Boy, that'll
Tip top healing. Tip
That's good,
top
that's good,
condition.
yeah.
Tip
that'll,
top. You don't even need me.
So what are you hoping to do on the dragon's head?
I mean, Siren, if you have negative energy, please.
I'm very much of a good
I'm
alignment.
spitting a tanglefoot back into its eye.
Ooh, nasty. I like it.
Ooh.
Oh.
Adhesive spittle? Ew!
Yeah. Yes, put some dirt. in your-
Vark does hawk the loogie into its eye.
Hey,
Bully-
bitch.
fucking
Tua.
Bully McGuire over here.
It does not need to make a. I do not need to make an attack roll for this. It
No.
just hits.
It needs to make a DC save. Sorry, it needs to do a reflex save.
I'm gonna put some alchemical agents in your eye.
Also,
See,
Uh,
the funny thing is, it gets hit no matter what. It needs to make the reflex save to get rid of it.
I just realized.
So at least for one round, that thing is there.
Was I? I just realized. Was
You-
I flanking?
No. But technically, yes, that would be.
So would that +2 have actually hit? To a 28?
oh my god.
For the confirm, you mean?
Yeah, for the confirm.
Oh, the negotiator.
No, I'm sorry. I just noticed
no.
it because
In
I-
this case,
I-
it's good.
I
It's a
remember
compliment
because
in this
when
case.
Pebby and I were talking, I was like, please put
No.
me in a flanking position. Does crit confirm not go with flanking?
It does, but no, because Shizuka wasn't threatening it.
Okay, yeah, fair.
She's 5
fair.
feet away from
I'm
it.
not close enough to the dragon.
Yep,
You would
fair
not have
enough.
been
No, that's
flanking
okay.
because she was not
I
there.
apologize. I looked and
No,
went,
it's a
wait a
valid
minute.
question.
I have
You
to
guys,
make sure.
you want every advantage you can get against this fucking thing, and that's rightfully so, because it's meant to be fucking terrifying.
I mean, if I'm allowed to repeatedly remind Rami of what this thing can do, you can fucking
You can
crunch
Sure.
for numbers.
You can
fucking do it.
beg, steal, lie, and cheat for every advantage you want.
Well, I won't cheat, but I'll do all that other thing.
Hey DM, I have an uber cool spell that kills specifically red dragons.
Picks up a rock.
Don't make it too obvious, dude.
It picks up a rock and throws it at you.
I have a very non-specific spell that does uber massive damage to dragons.
Yeah,
See,
I have Finger of Death.
the dragon has a
Does
very
not.
specific type of breath it uses that instantly kills foxes.
Yeah, it has a non-specific damage that
hold on,
kills
let me-
just
let me see.
psycho.
Okay, let's see. Turn order. All right, so I don't have that spell yet. I have it after the dragon.
The
takes its
dragon
turn.
doesn't have any spells that you can use at the moment, except for one. It's called Tingo Snap.
Wait, what?
The,
It's a
Mr.
Tingo
Mr.
Snap.
GM, I'd like to.
I'm making a niche reference to a scene from Honkai Star Rail.
Yes.
Nice.
Mr. GM, I'd like to use one of my Elden Ring summons to summon Alexander.
Let's see.
No. Okay. Before we get too
The
off
Great?
topic, where are we?
No, unfortunately.
The jar.
Alexander
Oh.
Warrior Jar. Yes. Not Soul Jars of Fortune.
the Great.
Bad taste, honestly. So you reel back, take a deep breath, and spit in its eye. There's a black goop just spatters onto its eyeball, sealing its eyelid shut, rendering it for the time being at least without depth perception. I believe that is your turn.
Now the question is, can I do one more? No, probably not. Action
Forgive
economy
me.
wise.
Just
I would
spit
say
in
no.
his other eye.
No. I don't have another thesis spittle, but I have something else.
Mhm.
I wonder what the soldiers are thinking. They're shooting this
You've
thing with
moved,
cannons
you've
and
used a
guns,
standard
and
action.
they see this guy
Spitting on it.
And very
spitting on
true.
it.
Can you-
Toilet.
I assume you would argue that throwing or rubbing something in its other eye would be an action as well, right?
I would say so. So you can argue it's a swift action. All right.
Brings a potion of adhesive spittle.
No. I'll just say it out loud. Right now, it's either not gonna happen now or next round, unless something bad happens to me, which is highly likely, admittedly. Remember the flower village?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have spicy flowers still sitting around?
Remember that I saved my entire serving of chili flowers and dried
Yeah.
them in my bag this whole time?
Mm.
I'm crushing them and throwing them in his other eye.
Ooh, okay. It's going to make a save versus poison.
Fair enough.
Fortitude save.
Will it
Well,
make
it's a
sense?
fire
Probably.
dragon, though.
But hey,
The Bark is
The
throwing out
iron-
literally everything he can.
The irony of attempting to use flaming hot spices on a fire dragon.
not lost on me.
Okay.
trust me.
Ice and fire are not the same thing.
No, but it is
Yeah.
poison.
They're
More or
similar.
less. It is a type of toxin. And with a 26, I think it will
You know
succeed.
that. Whatever the DC might be, it's lower than that.
DC is probably going to be something like
Makes it-
12.
Yeah.
It was a valiant attempt, as you just like throwing everything in the kitchen sink. You just like you grab into your bag, you take out your precious flavor flower powder, and then this whip it into its eye, and it settles. But rather than do anything, it doesn't even blink. As its eyeball then,
Fair enough.
its one like ungummed eye swivels back to look at you.
Yeah. No, I deserve that.
Oh no, bro.
Like, simple.
Here,
Okay. Well, Vair is still here.
that's a good point. Actually, Vair should have probably moved during Arya's turn.
Oh yeah. most likely. Well, honestly, maybe not. I mean, he is only shaken. He could move, but yeah, no, it was it was rough. I mean, he's not super helpful here, but hey,
Mhm. What'd you
he's
have him do,
probably
Sarah?
hanging back.
Yeah, you know, with action economy, I could like really try and go around and like, you know, one by one, like touch people to get rid of shaken. But I have something a little bit more useful in mind. And once again, just realizing that there's not really much she can do. We have to defend against this thing. We can't just sit and have a nice conversation about how to, deal with our traumas with this
Kumbaya.
dragon. A kumbaya circle. She's gonna go, well, she feels bad harming this thing herself, but she can call on a little bit of help. So, she's going to cast. Let me get it here. Spiritual ally. And get a little. Call her friend onto the battlefield.
Yeah. Like you don't get your spirit
know.
summon. Siren does.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So holding onto her staff, planting it into the ground, and seeing as it lights up, she conjures. I'm just gonna go straight up anime. She conjures a magical circle underneath her, a summoning circle within, like while she's in the middle and saying this prayer, and then steps back, and from the circle appears Arena. And what's interesting is it allows a spiritual ally to use your BAB plus wisdom bonus. And my wisdom bonus is a 10, just like my BAB. So, this is a little question I had, given that it says the spiritual ally uses your base attack bonus, gaining extra attacks if your base attack bonus is high enough. Would a 5 be high enough?
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
That's just shy.
But regardless, she has a plus 10 to attacks.
Okay. Second. Do something.
A beam of light shines down.
Beam of light shines down. Moonbeam.
Yeah, and she's
even.
hucked to it onto the battlefield.
I see. Now, the spell does say it takes the form of a servant of your god.
Yes.
So was it like a
does that mean
koala?
it can be a random one, not necessarily the one I want?
That it can be the case. In fact, in most cases, you don't typically get to dictate who comes through. But it is a spectral sort of facsimile of a spirit that serves your god. Range. Appears in a 5-foot square within range. The ally takes the form of a servant of your god. The spiritual ally occupies the space, letting your allies come through. Carries a single weapon, one favored by your deity, which has the same threat range and critical modifier as a real weapon.
Yeah, and the range is medium, in parentheses, 100 feet, plus 10 feet per level. We're level 7, so 100 plus 70, 170. I would like her to appear behind the dragon next to Karya.
Ooh, that's worth it for the 4th level spell slot.
Oh, hi, God.
Oh, hi, God. And she says, heavens above, we need your help.
The
And then, hi,
construct
bestie.
says nothing, and you get the distinct feeling that this is not Orania.
Okay.
That that is a measure of her presence now brought here onto the mortal plane. It is translucent, ghostly, not quite here, not quite there, but it is a portion of her power, and it manifests. She steps into your world from a beam of moonlight, wielding a wicked-looking half-moon sickle.
Epic. Cool. And
While that's not necessarily her, you do get the impression that your goddess is here with you. Your patron.
okay. Yes. And as far as I can remember, the only one who really took damage was Shizuka,
Yes.
directly from the dragon.
Well,
Yeah,
the
no.
damage that you all took from the fire breath and the
Well, yeah, after
previous
that.
session, there's that. But apart from that, the only one who's been damaged so far is me. Yes, and only gets
here's-
healed by negative energy. So
Yeah. Here's what I'll ask, because I know that that whole fire breath thing, some people saved against it, some people didn't, and then the healing that came after that was 17. Is there anyone, let's say, hold on, where's my little... Is there anyone here that looks still pretty hurt, like badly hurt?
No.
Or Chaiko, or Vair, or Mallory?
Vair actually took 0 damage from the dragon breath.
He did.
That's good.
He has evasion.
Wait, what?
Oh, welcome back.
Are you, like, badly hurt still?
Oh
Mallory?
yeah, I'm bloody.
Well, after healing 17.
Yeah, did you
Oh,
heal the 17 from before?
I didn't do that. Healing 17 from before. When was before?
With the beginning of combat, basically, Siren plopped
Yeah.
that down and smacked us all with some good healing.
Oh, I'm full again.
Okay, so I'm just gonna have Siren basically get out of dragon range, hopefully.
Mhm.
The thing is, she's not very quick. She's wearing armor. I'm gonna have her go there.
Yes. Kari is now standing next to an image of a strange woman wielding a sickle. One that he has not seen until this point.
I don't know who you are, but I assume you're an ally.
The ghostly woman with luminescent eyes regards you. There's a ghost of a smile on her face. She says nothing in return.
Well, then I take that as a yes. She hasn't started swinging at me yet, so...
As a matter of fact, she
Take it.
begins swinging at the dragon.
Very good. Okay, ally.
Unfortunately, the sickle is still not able to scratch the dragon's hide, but it digs into the hide, but it's not quite able to pierce through. It's a valiant
Oh,
swing.
I see. That the roll was her roll.
Yes.
That was a shit roll, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Damn bestie. All right, you can leave now. No, I'm kidding.
I'm gonna try,
Sure,
try and be more devout, I guess. Next time you summon me. Anyway, dragon's turn. Oh boy. The dragon has a lot to choose from. Has a lot of decisions to make in a very short amount of time.
listen, I as a dead person, I'm not that tasty. So honestly,
Hmm.
You know, as a dead person, you have the least stakes in this.
Hmm.
Oh wait, sorry, not the least stakes. You eventually come back. We don't. Well, some of us might. You know what? Hard to say.
Knock on
The whole
wood.
party-
You never
whole
know.
party
I mean,
turned
so long the dragon remains alive, we have a non-zero chance of coming back as a revenant.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know.
We have,
I can-
we all
she's
have a lot
got
of
to-
angry, unfinished business, and if this thing kills me, that's Orthos' fault.
Shizuka can tell you from experience that being a revenant sucks.
I mean, living
Hey,
right
it's-
now sucks.
Yeah, the current right now is not exactly the greatest either.
Yeah.
Oh, before we try and come back as revenants, how about we just don't fucking die? Let's aim for that.
A graveyard
what?
path.
That's a good
You know-
idea. Now Bart, roll to be Vord and roll to avoid being.
Please stay within 5 feet of the dragon at all times.
Vark currently on its head. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Keep all keep all arms and legs outside of the dragon's mouth.
Mm-hmm. Keep all limbs within the range of the dragon.
Actually, now that hold on. Vark is on top of the dragon. Question, DM.
Mhm.
Would Vark be count as threatening the dragon for?
I hope he does.
He's
Yeah, wait a
Also
minute.
spit
That
in
kind
his
of
eye.
like
not.
he was on top of
He's
it.
also currently within the dragon's space.
Yeah, it's
Ah,
a little
okay.
different.
Okay, space. Okay.
He's
Well,
current-
technically
he's-
not
he's-
squeezing.
He's threatening it, but he's still within the dragon's space. And if you were to try and threaten somebody with Vark, you'd have to be underneath the dragon.
Yeah.
If you were trying to
Okay.
fight.
Ah,
Yeah, that's why I asked with Shizuka, not with Vark. He didn't
can
count.
I be underneath this? Oh my god!
Do you want to be underneath
Yeah,
the dragon?
yeah. Do you want to be?
Whoa!
Could be sorted out.
No, I don't want to.
I fucking hope not.
Reverse hologen. Reverse hologen.
What?
It's gonna be taken a very bad way.
Oh no.
I
No,
put that
Mallory's
in there as
producing
a
the dra-
joke. Because he consistently gets in good graces with women, and specifically only women.
Yeah, who's to say this dragon isn't a woman?
No.
Ah, Shrek.
No.
you know
In
what?
that case, who's donkey?
Karya?
Yep.
No.
Yeah, Mallory is.
Vair.
Hmm.
Oh.
No, Flick is the closest thing to an animal. Wait, no, Chico.
Wow.
That's racist.
Wow.
That's
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Tycho's closer to an animal
Wow.
than Flick?
I mean, Chico
Chico
does
is
turn into
literally-
cat.
Chico
I'm
be
a
the act.
Catman.
Chico the
Like just looking back like I'm right here.
now.
I'm Catman.
Psycho
Okay.
literally was just a fox and is still currently a fox and has been
Yes.
for this entire combat. That is a
Yeah,
whole
she's
animal.
canon to the third movie, so she transformed into the what's it called? The best form for a soulmate.
Okay. I'm
The
pretty
dragon.
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of these beat everybody's AC. So
Okay.
it's anybody's.
What
AC,
is it?
It's anybody's AC above a 29.
Yes, actually, only right now because of Siren's spell. After the
you
first attempt.
already
it's-
went. That was so the
Oh,
round is
I
gone.
thought it was.
The round is
I
over.
thought it was the first tick of damage. My
No.
apologies.
No, it was the first round, so it's done.
Damn. Then no.
Unfortunately.
Wait. You said 20. No, 29. I'm not at 29. Shield doesn't give me
Do we-
29.
What buffs do we have going on at the moment?
Yeah, that's my question.
Right now, I don't think any others.
Well, we have
Siren's
protection
just
from
right.
energy. That's
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
there's that.
The
Minus
20.
the precognition ran out.
In that case, my AC is a 28 at the moment, so
Ah.
Fortunate.
so gonna be. I have something, but that will require Remy's approval.
Quick switch, shield.
I literally have 28 because shield.
Oh,
mine,
okay.
mine is
Bigger
up because
shield.
of shield as
So-
well.
I'd like you to meet my old friend Multi-Attack.
Yeah, I figured.
Dragons get a bite, 2 claws,
Two
2 wing
claws and a
attacks, and a tail
swoop.
slap.
Oh, the wings. Does it still have the wings?
Yes.
I have to ask because they have been fucked up.
They have it fucked up, which means it can't fly, but the wings are still working and they can still hit things.
Yeah, the wings are still hard objects.
He just doesn't have all the leather there so he can flap them and fly and stuff and fan himself. Truly, he is the victim in all of this. As
Oh my god.
Yeah, sure.
I still think he is.
the dragon coughs and rears back, bark on top of his head. Its one eye gummed up. As it turns around, it looks up to Vark as if trying to get a good look at him. And fire wells in its mouth before then leaking out of the hole in its chest, and that a spatter of blood and fire comes out as it is hurt by its chest injury, further lowering its HP, and instead settles for just melee. The first thing to do
Thank
is
goodness.
its tail whips around to slice at whatever is behind it, failing to hurt this image of Meluna Urania, going through it as it is simply an object made of force. So cuts through it like it's not even there. And then as its tail strike expended. It brings its head up, and its two wing claws come up to scratch at where Vark is, also attempting to scratch the glue out of its eye. It's Vark. These are going to hit you.
They might not.
You gonna try and parry?
Correct.
You're gonna parry its wings?
Parry,
mean-
riposte. Oh my god.
That's pretty badass.
Oh
Um,
wow.
Are you currently hasted? You are not, correct? Oh no, you are.
I am actually.
Yeah, that's right. He is. He drank the
I
potion.
mean, not that it matters. That is for full attack.
Yeah.
I mean, you can count the second attack as the second parry. But otherwise, I would just roll another attack because I do actually have combat reflexes, so I can parry twice.
We'll go with that.
Up to you.
Unfortunately, both parry attempts will be expended and unsuccessful.
Even the 32.
The first strike is a 33. The second is a 29.
Ah.
Oh, fuck.
That's fucked up.
As
If he okay. I'm gonna try and wiggle something out of you. If hear me out. Vark is on the dragon's head, yes?
Mhm.
And it's like its head is in front of me because it bit me first and now it's gonna try to bite me again, yes? I have, this is like one of the feats I got because we leveled up to level 7. I've got Bodyguard, which allows me to use my attacks of opportunity to increase an adjacent ally AC by +2. Or technically, if you like, if it's aid another, actually, let me look at what exactly it does. If it's specifically for the AC, to aid another action to improve your ally's AC. Okay, then.
You are unfortunately not adjacent to him.
If it counts as okay. If it counts as adjacent, if he's on the head. If it doesn't
No.
count, then
You
no.
are nowhere close to being directly
Sag.
next to him.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I tried to shimmy something out there. Okay.
It's okay.
I attempted. I'm sorry.
I don't suppose I'm flanking with Shizuka, right?
No.
No.
She's still not within threatening range.
Yeah, fair enough.
As the wing claws come up and they punch
I
at
should
you,
have used a bliss.
attempt to scratch you off of its head, and they do so. Thankfully, its wings are its weakest attacks. As it hits you for 2. As it hits you for 10 and 13 bludgeoning damage.
Alright.
You must make me another reflex save to avoid being thrown off its head.
Absolutely.
Fucking Vark is full on monster hunting.
You are rodeo.
This is
That's
just
okay.
like full on monster hunting clutch claw.
I'm
Yeah.
again going to inspiration this.
Okay.
Very
Very nice. You stay astride its head.
Ooh.
Damn,
Mark is not letting go of this sucker.
35. Holy fuck, yeah.
Yeah.
he's just full on like Dune on the sandworm.
Yield! Yield!
And that's an attempt.
Eat losa.
Now it is bite and 2 claws.
Oh no, Shizuka.
Well, by Shizuka's.
Does it get attack penalties because multi-attack? Or it probably has like all the multi-attack feats?
Ready?
Because I think even the feats only reduce it, but they don't get rid of the
with
penalty
multi-attack,
entirely.
it's not
for
like with
multi-attack.
iterative attack, it's just a flat -2 to all the attacks.
Yeah. I don't know if you factor that in or not.
I have, unfortunately, for you guys.
Ah,
As
unfortunate indeed.
it whips around in a frenzy, trying to shake Bark off. The clipped tail, like a lance, trying to slice and pierce through Meluna, or the construct of her, leaving behind a sort of mirage shimmer through her as it attempts to. It looks around, it eyes the group, and then its eyes zeroes in one good eye, zeroes in on Karia. Behind it. The biggest thing here, got a big sword, a big attitude. It is speaking in its language. There is. Roll something. Siren is still connected to its mind.
Oh, I believe so, yes?
Yes, 'cause it's
I don't
1
know
minute
if
per level.
she needs to start the conversation each time.
No, you guys are just telepathically connected until you disconnect it, or 7 minutes have passed.
Okay.
And as its eye locks on Karia, Siren, you get bombarded with a series of mental images of a massive red dragon that dwarfs even this one, sitting imperiously on a throne in a massive cavern hewn from rock and volcanic slate. Everywhere, dredges and slaves toil around it, like pattering underfoot among a council of larger dragons, and even among them, mixed in between, you see scaly humanoids dressed in battle armor and in diplomatic clothing, conferring in a council. An impression of something, and then a smell hits you of rank and moisture and rot. As the dragon inhales, and there's a look of recognition. Its pupils narrow as it regards you, Karia.
Mm.
Stuck.
Ay, ay, ay.
I will say, before it turns fully, as it rounds on you, it brings one slashing claw at Shizuka. Round.
Does it hit?
I'm pretty sure a 35 will hit.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. I had to ask.
Oh, never hurts. Never hurts. It hits you for, it's pretty low, 13 damage.
Oh, good.
I would still be down because 11 HP. However, now this is the thing I want to ask. Because this would basically, undead. I would just be dead.
Mhm.
There is a samurai feature. Let me resolve. As an immediate action, I spend a spirit, and let me just read it out to you. As an immediate action, when the legendary samurai is reduced to fewer than 0 hit points but not slain, they can instantly stabilize and remain conscious. They are staggered, but they do not fall unconscious and begin dying if they take a standard action or front action. They do fall unconscious if they take additional damage from any source. So basically, it allows me to remain up for like a turn. Despite the fact I'm undead, would you allow that to count for me to remain
I'd say it's
basically
fitting.
conscious?
I'd say it's fitting for a revenant.
Okay.
The way I'm gonna put it,
In that case, I am.
as it rounds
Yep.
and it swats you with its claw, it sends you flying back, slamming into this rock. As you hit the ground, and for a moment, you feel the flame inside you dim. And it's reduced to an ember, but just enough. Just through sheer determination, you're able to cling on.
In true samurai fashion, hanging on through sheer fucking will for exactly 1 round before I'm down.
Oh god.
But hey, you regenerate, so.
True, that depends.
Yep, next round you'll be back up to 5 HP.
If you allow that, because
Well.
technically, as long as I have spirit, I would repeatedly trigger unstoppable unless you disallow that.
Like I said, this fits for a revenant.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
If I really wanted to kill you, all I would need for it to do is to do more than one attack on you.
Yeah, true. Very true. Okay.
Yes. Thankfully, though, or perhaps not, it is now looking at Karya.
Yeah. To be fair, I did shout, "I will mourn your death" in Draconic, and then start shouting at him, and said his government
Yeah.
name, which is his
His
last name.
government name.
Unfortunately, the same can't be said for it, as it will not mourn you.
Yeah,
Insert Kyubu Masataka Oniwa monologue.
yeah. I'm gonna get fucked up, but I didn't want it to hit Shizuka again. I definitely didn't want it to hit Vark. So I'm glad it turned.
Are you? Really?
Well, I was gonna get hit either way. I was.
Are you the tank? This is now the tank buster.
It's
I
this
mean,
is
not-
the-
not-
It's the red,
not
that's the
far
fucking
off.
red circle in you.
Not fucking far off. Better pop your negations as the claw comes in for a
Very.
total of 16 slashing damage
Okay.
as it rends across your front. Its eyelid finally pries open as the glue comes loose. See this reflex save. And then the bite comes in.
I'm open.
Comes the choo-choo train.
This is, I think, bite is probably the highest damaging one.
Oh
I
yes.
don't actually know.
I think so. Either bite or tail. But
Tail,
probably bite.
tail is a close second.
Jaw.
Tail is the second strongest. Bite is definitely the strongest. I never got to use its crush ability. It's a shame. As it opens its mouth, blade-like teeth, some knocked loose by bullet fire, chipped or broken or knocked out. All the same, that tongue, like a whip, curls back. Fire oozes from its gullet, stained with blood. Its head comes back. Vark sitting atop of it, still reeling from being hit by the wings, but still riding astride it. Its jaw opens wide, and then its head, like a viper, snaps forward and closes around you. You feel your ribs crush under the pressure. The teeth dig into your flesh. The heat hooks your skin. Thankfully, the fire protection stops any additional
The fire
damage.
protection's still, yeah. I was about to
Fire
say, no extra
protection's
damage on that one.
Yes. Heat is there and it's making you sweat, but at the very least, Siren's goddess seems to be protecting you from the worst of the fire. She doesn't protect you from is the teeth and the pressure, the crushing force.
It's coming to my realization
Mhm.
that out of all of us, I think Vark deserves the title Dragon Rider.
You know what?
That is true.
For sure. The bite
He
clamps
is
around
technically
you.
riding a dragon.
I
Make
don't
your
do a
bind.
rodeo.
Here,
Yeah, bind this dragon.
teeth pierce. They gnash. They crush. As you take 20 points of damage.
Ow.
Ow.
Yeah, that's all right.
Mhm.
All right. Boop. Oh wait, no, that's boop, 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 boop. All right. Ouch.
Hello, hello. It's your turn.
Alrighty. Seeing that's like kind of a a make or break kind of moment. Would you allow me with a dice roll to see if I could just to tie the membrane around the whistle with a swift action instead of just confirming it with a standard?
Sleight of hand.
And already factored in the minus 2. 18.
There you go. I will allow that. As you deftly thread through the leathery membrane, rigid and bloody and slick, as you then tie it and then cinch it around the loop. The whistle is ready.
And with that, whole just as a standard action is going to take the whistle. And like one of those Aztec like death whistles, I don't know their like full title, but
That's actually their name.
I was actually right.
Yep.
Holo will blow into it, and I'll make this dragon, immediately fail.
Wonderful.
What is it failing?
Evil Eye. Evil
Okay.
Eye. Yeah.
Does
And
spell resistance counts against items too, right? Maybe? I think. If this is a
Against
magic,
magic items,
I don't know.
typically yes. I will say, for the sake of this moment, though, this whistle was made for overriding defenses.
Yeah, fair enough. Just actually wanted to check because I was legitimately curious.
yeah, fuck it. I'll reduce his AC by 2. As and the just a little funny moment, I guess, and for this very serious battle. Just these dozens of these spectral capybaras will then just kind of appear on the dragon and start nibbling away at its scales.
Just start eating his scales.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Looks at Paka and Lolo.
I brought the whole squad. Okay, we pull up.
Okay, we pull up.
Okay.
And I'll use my move action to get the. I will use a move action to fucking fly my ass over here. Giant flying lizard scares me. Yeah. And now in my turn.
She's gone.
Okay. Having once more been savaged by the dragon and slamming against the rock, with now even more pieces of her missing. However, regardless of the damage to her body, she gets up once more. Despite the fact that, you know, it's currently turned towards Karia. She is gonna approach. Is that close enough to be like to attack it? I don't know what exactly its
Hit boxes.
fucking-
I would say that would be close enough.
it hits hitbox. Okay. She will use the move action to move closer with her sword drop. Is that? Let me double check if that is. Yes. To move closer. And as she moves closer to the dragon to attack it once more, she says loudly, aimed at the dragon, "I don't know if you can understand me, vile creature, but know that you cannot kill me in a way that matters. There's no dragon, no magic, and no god that can crush the greatest force in the world. The unbreakable will of mortals, and right now there's no will greater than mine." And then I will go for an Ijutsu strike.
Look at
Once more.
Egon over here.
Listen. If I get this close to dying constantly, I might as well be edgy about it. And yeah, I actually still have 2 spirit left, so I'm actually gonna use the spirit to attack with advantage again because I am an asshole.
I see. Eat his ass.
29 or 29 again. Amazing.
The illusion of choice.
Yeah.
We'll hit.
Hooray!
Thanks to the reduced AC.
Thank you, Mr. Witch.
Yeah, thanks to the reduced AC, I believe. Yeah. For 36 damage.
That's a very nice chunk of damage right there. As
I wish I would crit, but god damn it.
you bring your sword out again in a wicked lash that slashes across his back leg this time. Once more shouting and proclaiming your indomitable will to fell this creature. And as you do so, there's more cracks of gunfire from above as more of the soldiers have finished reloading. Up on the ridge, there are soldiers with muskets fired down, and in the middle, standing at the forefront, standing tall and proud in his dark cloak, with a brace of pistols across his chest, is Guillermo, one pistol in hand, aimed down at the dragon, firing feverishly. There's a look of determination on everybody's faces up on the ridge, but none more so than Guillermo de Lorbis, as he, showing some of his lack of training, fumbles with some of the pistols, but he pulls one out, fires it, drops it, pulls another one. He's once more readying himself again to keep firing as more bullets come down, pelt the dragon.
Does he have like fucking what's his name? A black beard and just have like several pistols strapped to him?
It's not an uncommon tactic in this day and age, or held back.
Yeah,
back
yeah,
in history.
true. With yeah, that's
Yeah,
very true.
He has a
very
brace
true.
of flintlocks
Saves us
across
from
his
reloading.
chest. These ones in particular look a little more finely crafted than the ones you've seen up until this, but you know Shizuka that these are personally made ones that were created for him by Match and Lock Company. As more bullets come down, whiz plant into its flesh, creating spatters and showers of scales and blood.
Okay.
Look, it is your turn.
Fuck him up,
Okay.
Captain.
Flick, stealing himself once again, and with trying to remember the name of it, with Blot the Anger in hand, heads on down the hill until he's about here, next to the dragon's back right foot.
Mhm.
And he's going to reach upwards with his sword and attempt to jab this dragon in its thigh, I suppose.
Okay.
Here.
Ouch.
Unfortunately, that
Would he
is
ta-
not going to hit.
I take it he wouldn't be flanking with
He would
Shizuka.
be. He would be. No, he'd be flanking with Karya.
Oh, shit.
He could be flanking with Shizuka or Karya, as he can draw a line through the dragon to either of them.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, even with the lowered AC.
Yeah.
Yeah, ow.
Even sharp as Blot is, it's not able to leave a mark on its hide. So resilient is it?
Well, Flick's going to keep at that, and that's going to be my turn.
Okay. Checo.
Fox noise. Man, you guys really don't want me to shoot lightning bolts through this thing, do ya?
I mean, you could probably move a different way.
Yeah, no, I know I can, but I'm more making a joke of the fact that I have to now go.
Wow, that's a lot of collateral damage right there.
It really is. Oh,
That's a lot of damage.
How about a little more?
Now I'm just gonna 20. Yeah, that's close enough. Funk. Same verse. Second verse, same as the first. Actually, before I do the math and numbers, dice. 20 plus 12. That doesn't beat spell resist, I'm going to assume, or magic resist.
That does not beat spell resist, no.
Okay, yeah, never mind. I lied. Goodbye, spell slot.
You cast it?
Huh?
Another lightning bolt?
Yep.
The lightning bolt unfortunately washes right over its scales.
Yeah.
It conducts harmlessly around the dragon itself. No longer with much metal in it to conduct it, as most of it has been melted out of its pores or ejected out of the wounds.
Also, just for fun's sake, this would have been the line.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
It conducts downward into the ground. Mallory.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. So the combat feat that I switched out was Duck and Cover, and I switched it out with Overwhelm last season. And so where does the attack sort of my hit range for range attacks kind of start?
Start. As more like,
Yeah.
when is it in range of you?
Like-
Jason.
Yeah,
Basically,
where?
Whenever you can reach the token.
Okay, so here, like starting
yes.
here.
You'd be shooting it in the ass.
Okay. Well, I can move 15. No, it's gonna hit me with its tail. Well, it can always turn around and kill me anyway. So I'm gonna move. 1, 2. Let me see. Yeah, that works. I'm gonna move here. Is it here? That should give me 30. Yeah, that works. And I'm gonna, as a swift action, cast Bane onto my musket for, dragons. Or against dragons. And then I'm going to, I already have a bunch of stuff already applied, which is a greater magic weapon and yada yada. And I'm gonna just aim and fire Oh, by the way, this is the feet.
Go for it.
First, this is the feet. So now I'm flanking him. Regardless of where I am. And boom. Boom. A 24.
As you are within the
Against
first
touched.
range increment, that will hit.
Yeah! With 14 bludgeoning and piercing damage. I don't remember why the fire is there. This precision. And bang.
Holy fuck!
Ooh.
I don't know
Yeah.
why it's twice.
24.
Yeah, I don't know why it's twice
39.
either.
Twice, that's if that crit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That 25
Mal.
is for if that crit.
15. I don't remember why I have fire damage on my sheet. I think that's still.
Fire.
I think that's something else. That's something else.
You have fire resistance?
do you mean
No, I think that's
fire
just my
damage?
blistering invective.
Let's see fire damage.
I think that's blistering.
I think you shot in the ass.
That's definitely from blistering
Well then,
invectives. So that doesn't matter.
whatever
But yeah,
the case.
that's the total. So that's 7 plus 15.
And then.
Yeah.
24. 39 damage. You plant a hefty shot in its heads. The bullet bores deep, piercing through Dragonhide. With the sheer force behind it this close in, drilling into it. Showing just exactly how formidable firearms can be when leveraged correctly. Just exactly how fucking threatening the army up there on the ridge is. And a testament to how exactly they were able to ground a dragon as little as a couple of seconds. Really, the villain all along was the artifice of man.
Yes.
Like, honestly, like, it is an adult dragon, yeah, but if it if the army had gotten like several volleys as hefty as the first one off on the dragon, it would have basically been dead.
Oh yeah, but then that also would require them to have the opportunity. So,
Yeah, exactly.
thus, why you guys are down here. All right.
Mhm.
Yes, Karia, how you doing, buddy?
All right. So now Flick is flanking, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice. Actually, I need to look at it. There we go. Well, Kari will meet the dragon's eyes, and there's nothing left to say. It's already been decided. So let's just get this done. And with a mournful look, he will raise up his blade again and swing it twice. That's 28 on the first one, 21 on the second.
One will miss.
Second misses, first one I believe would hit.
Yes,
I
it
don't
would.
know.
First one would hit.
Okay.
Your blade bites deep into its muzzle, chopping off a portion of its, cracking through some of its teeth. Shatter spikes, sundering nature, helping with cleaving through hard tooth and bone. As it digs deep, and it snarls at you, fire leaking from between its teeth as it regards you with malevolent hatred and hunger.
Yeah.
Can I get perception from you?
Yes, you can. That's
I would
actually
allow
something I'm
that
not
from
terrible
Vark
at.
as well, since he's up on.
It's a 26.
Okay.
Oops. Not for me.
Unfortunate. As your blade bites deep, where Vark is grabbed on by one of its horns and anchored in some of its ripped up scales, there on its forehead, just underneath his palm, and perhaps why it's so outside his notice, you see something light up. eerie white-blue sigil just there underneath the scales, highlighted by the black blood coursing over it like a fountain, giving it just enough contrast to be visible. Unmistakably, some sort of magic rune.
It's on its forehead, you said?
Yes.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Back.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it.
I would,
But
since you've spotted it, allow a spellcraft. You're not the most versed in it.
Wait, huh?
It can
What?
help.
Did you spot the lobotomy stick?
Karia
yes,
has
actually,
spotted
funny
a...
enough, I actually am. I'm better at spellcraft than I am with perception.
Huh, how about that? Karia has spotted on its forehead,
20.
just barely visible, a rune of some sort glowing with a sort of whitish blue.
Oh, I see.
That would be a 20.
That, unfortunately, especially in the heat of combat, is not enough to give you a clue as to what exactly that is doing, and what its significance is. Only the fact that it is placed upon the forehead may go a ways as to explaining this thing's behavior.
At the very least, would I be able to glean if it looks familiar to the sigil that we saw back in the north the last time?
No, it does not look familiar. In fact, it's
If-
a very
No.
different kind of scripture.
If anything is 20 enough to glean what school of magic it could belong to?
Unfortunately, not.
Okay.
Damn.
And in order
Yeah.
to understand what
That's
school
fine.
it belongs to, he needs to first understand what the spell is.
I should have done better. That's okay. I will try and do it again potentially next time.
You may do,
Hey,
you may
can
do that
I
on your
see-
next turns. No.
Can I see from 75 feet away from behind it
No.
with obscured
you
vision?
cannot.
You know, actually, there is
Worth a
one
shot.
thing I would ask to try and do as a swift action if possible.
Okay.
And I doubt it'll work, but it's worth a shot. Could I attempt not an intimidation, but a diplomacy check to try and shake this thing back to its senses, specifically because of my sovereign aspirant feat? Specifically with dragons, this has a thing to try and convince it that or at least trying to get it there. And yes, don't worry, Vark, I will. This is why I'm bringing this up before I do this.
You can try.
Basically attempt to delve to its mind. I'll give it a shot. Let me roll it first. That's a 21. Can I guess I can use the reroll on that. Let's give it another one. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up.
Welcome to my fucking world.
That's
Yeah,
Kari.
That's Kari. Yep.
Wow.
I doubt that would do it, but I'll still kind of, while holding my blade in its snout, and look at it and, is your mind so easily taken by another? Is that all it would take? You're stronger than this. You are Orthos kin.
That doesn't sound very diplomatic.
No, it's a lot more diplomatic than it was originally,
than
which was, I
scream.
will cut you down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's
Fair
a language
enough.
dragons understand.
Yeah, it's the draconic way of saying you're better than this.
Yeah.
Basically appealing to his pride.
Exactly.
Unfortunately,
Would your pride allow you to do this?
unfortunately,
I just thought about this.
something that is readily evident to you, Karia, something that you would still attempt your best to try and circumvent. Anything that could potentially brainwash or sway or lobotomize a dragon of this age and of this power is likely something that cannot be overcome with mere words. Compulsion this powerful is rarely overcome through mundane means. This is more than likely, if it is what is causing this behavior, a powerful curse of some kind. Unfortunately, No amount of draconic pride can overcome that.
Mm.
Real
Kinda
quick.
What does
bite
cause
his tongue and then- oh,
what it does cause is you are standing there at a deadlock with this creature, with your increased size and strength. This thing is
massive.
the only reason that this thing is not currently overrunning you and tackling you to the ground, savaging you like a wild wolf, is the fact that it is weakened and hampered by its leg, injuries, wings, and the fact that it is surrounded by other lethal combatants.
Well, then with his last
Well,
bit, Carr will shout out. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
As you hold it at bay, blade locked against its snout as you try and appeal to its pride to get it to snap out of this, there is at least for a moment hesitation.
Oh, I don't feel right killing this thing. All right, then Carr will at that point shout out at least to Vark, who's right there. On its head, there's a mark. Something is controlling it. My fears were correct.
Real quick, since I'm flying, would I actually also be able to maybe notice it?
At a penalty, you may attempt it.
Perception, I take it?
It's perception.
May I retry at Karia in this instance?
You may attempt again on your turn
Mm.
with a bonus now that Kari has pointed it out.
Okay.
Okay.
Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't ask for one either, because I don't know if Flick would have been able to see his head from where he was before.
As it is right
23.
now, no, his head is on the other side. You would not be able to see.
Okay.
Well, I mean, where he was before, because Flick was
specifically.
back up on the hill.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying to me.
The criteria for it to be visible or not.
Right.
I don't mean to be mean or bad, but yeah, I had pretty
Nah,
specific
I
criteria
kinda
for being
figured.
able to see it. Hello. You are able to. No, actually, between the blood and Vark's hand partially covering it, you are not able to spot the sigil just yet.
All right.
Dang it.
Top of
Damn
the
it,
round.
Vark.
Second battery, form up, fire! And another hail of cannon rounds. There's a boom, 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 boom as they come. There's the cloud of gunpowder smoke up on the ridge, and then as a trail of cannonballs, like giant's footsteps, slams across the ground and eventually find their target, hitting the dragon, one of them impacting its spine, bending it double down into the dirt. And its back legs are paralyzed. One of the cannoneers scored a critical hit.
This poor thing is being tortured and it's controlled at the same time. I don't feel good killing it either.
It is, I think, accurate to say, a very pathetic end to such a big creature.
Yeah, part of the reason that Ikaria didn't shout it was because he doesn't want everyone to immediately try and tame this thing. It's just not. If they're gonna survive, they have to cut this thing down if they can't find a way to do it. But if anyone's gonna figure out how to do it right now, at the very least, who is within vicinity, it's Vark or Hollow, who are both there.
Vark, you may attempt your perception again with a +4 bonus.
Well, actually, Inspiration is 3 for this, so I'm just gonna slap that on there as well. So 27 plus your bonus.
So that's 25,
31.
31, yeah.
That is definitely enough, as underneath your hand you see there is a glowing sigil. Something etched, carved into its head. You see more than just glowing there, it is carved into the scale and flesh, old and scarred and scabbed over. You may do a spellcraft if you wish to identify this.
Absolutely, and I'm also going to inspiration this for free, thankfully. Since it's part of my extra feed line.
Yeah.
Spellcraft.
Get involved.
Oh.
Unfortunately,
Oh.
19?
unfortunately not.
That's the same I got.
That's not even better than Kari's
Oh yeah,
spell.
no,
Yeah,
there was
Astro.
one less. Yeah.
The spell, the magic of this is foreign to you. Whatever made this is not any type of magic you. With further inspection, perhaps you could understand it, like reverse engineer the language behind it, but that would take at least another attempt. And as of right now, you have no further idea of what exactly this means.
In that case, I'm going to go to Plan B, which is I'm going to specifically strike the room with my rapier.
Okay.
I'm basically going to full attack on it. So, okay, this would do all the attacks as they are. I think. We'll see. Yeah. Attack 1 and 2 and then haste.
Okay. You repeatedly jab down at it. Unfortunately, the last two attacks do not hit. The first one, though, perhaps because you're aiming for the sigil, you plant the blade and it bites. Fountain bites deep. And when you bury the blade in, it pierces through. And rather than the sigil being disrupted, the whole dragon's body spasms as you have buried it, at the very least scratched its brain. As the blade, the magic blade sinks in, and the already hampered hind leg movement, its back legs kick out reflexively. It is not long for this world.
And lastly, just to be safe, I'm going to use my swift action to drink a Cure Light Wounds for 8 hit points. That's my turn.
Okay. It's now Siren's turn.
Okay.
One level 1.
Oh god, I will say the symbol changes things. What is it called? Bell? Is there a range on that? Oh wow. Where's Draco? Okay. God, my movement still though. But there's other things than just standard movement, right? Like there's run and stuff?
There's run, which allows you to move 4 times your movement as long as it's in a straight line. That is a full round action.
4 times would be 20, 40, 60, 80. Since I was gone, has anyone been badly injured? I know Karya took some damage from the dragons.
I am down to 24 health, but
Okay.
And
I have a...
Vark took a couple hits from wing attacks. But other than that, I don't believe so.
I can't really do anything else if I don't get within range. So, Unfortunately, I do have to spend my full round action to run. So 80 in a straight line would get me here. Can I do
Hmm.
that?
You hustle
Okay.
past the dragon, up the hill, getting a vantage point on the chaos down where Karya and Vark and your patron's image is.
Yeah. So she's just the hauling ass
Mhm.
with her shield and her armor. Het, 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 het. And that's what I'm gonna do.
You have a swift action left over. Is there anything you'd like to do with that?
Oh, a swift action. Would I have heard the whole Karya shout at Vark about the
I think he specifically said he wasn't shouting it.
Yeah, no, I said it through gritted teeth at Vark, if
Oh,
anything,
okay.
because I don't want you
will-
guys trying to save this thing, because it's just not safe.
I will say, with that new vantage point, you may make a perception check.
Okay. Perception. 24.
Be sufficient. You will see the sigil glowing atop its head, now with a rapier blade planted through it.
Ooh.
The twitching,
Oh,
the
God.
twitching body of the dragon spasms underneath as he draws the blade out, and still there on its forehead is this foreign, strange symbol. It looks like a pair of looping circles around one another, and what look almost like claw marks coming down from them.
I think seeing the rapier through its head, like through the symbol, she'd get confused and then realize she didn't say anything about the visions she got earlier, so not knowing anything else about the conversation that Karya and Vark had because she was too far away, she'd say, "Damn it, I knew it was being controlled. Shouldn't we, save it? We could get it on our side." And she would say that loud enough for them to hear it, hopefully.
Alkari is going to turn and shake his head, just kind of solemnly. Oh. There's no time. There's nothing else we can do.
But it's not fair.
There's no time. There's nothing else we can. As its jaws once more snap shut around Karya.
Yeah, she'd grit her teeth at that and go, "Fine." That's her check.
We can save it from being controlled as everybody's being killed.
That's why specifically
Well,
because
I'm
then-
assuming that it's
We
attacking because it's
We
being
could
controlled.
save the dragon.
The reason I put it like that is because the dragon's up next, and you guys are talking towards the end of your turn. So more or less, as Karya is speaking back to you, you then see the dragon's mouth come forward. It's straining, it's stretching its neck forward with Vark on top of it, and then its jaws slam shut, once more trapping Karya between its teeth. It
Yep.
deals
Eesh.
.22 points of damage.
Eek.
Yeah.
Solid 2 health, baby.
looks at your cloak.
I
That's gonna save
know.
you. I don't think that's gonna save you.
Yeah, I don't think so.
An extra 10 health? Maybe. No.
Yeah.
Look at its plus 15 to damage.
Yeah, exactly. It might stop me from going into the negative.
It won't stop you if you go well over your constitution score, though. Because then you're just dead. So, take it as we come. It bites you, crushes you once more. This time you feel ribs snapping, flesh lacerating. Your muscles burn with exhaustion and pain and bruising. And the dragon once more bites, crushes. You feel it's almost has an instinct to swallow, and then in fire and blood and disgust, it spits you out.
Fair. You probably do taste kind of bitter.
More than a little bit bitter, man. There's again that over the connection, Siren. There's that now taste in your rancid taste in the back of your mouth like garbage. It fills your sinuses in the back of your throat. It's like it's like someone just wafted a landfill underneath your nostrils and then tried to force feed you it.
Yo, would that invoke a fortitude save? Because I taste so horrible.
No,
against
because it didn't
being
have swallowing
sickened?
you.
That's fair.
If it
That's
tried
fair.
to swallow you, then it might have had to save against throwing you back up. But the dragons.
The unintentional luck of being irradiated nastiness.
Something that comes to Siren as she has this shared connection is one. Dragons have a lot more senses, especially older ones from what it looks like, than just the mundane ones. There's also a sense of just feeling the magic around this creature's connection. The closer it comes to death, the less guarded its mind is, and the more insight you get into how this thing sees the world. It sees the upcurrents of magic in the land around it, the natural energies, the magic emanating off of you, off of Karia, off of Vark above its head. The people behind it has this almost sixth sense of where they are at any point in time. It's this almost kinesthetic awareness. It feels the air brushing past it, the smell of each individual, the blood, the fire, the smoke, the gunpowder. All of it is cloying. There's so much sensory overload, and this is what this dragon deals with every single moment of every day. It spits Karia out, and it thrashes, and it fails to get its tail and its hind legs to move, and its wings spasm at its side, bring little more than tattered skeletal hands limping, scratching at the ground. And its own claws are almost ineffective at trying to heft itself back up. This thing is quite literally on its last legs.
Oh.
As it brings its mouth back one more time. And attempts to breathe another cone of fire at Karia. And then it catches in its throat. Again, that huge wound in its chest inflates with blood and swollen membranes and muscle clamping shut to try and seal the wound. Fire leaks from between it, the pressure bursting veins causing viscera to leak out, and once more a heady, hefty cough as more blood comes out of its mouth. There's a burst of fire that washes over you, Karia, but not enough to hurt you thanks to Siren's protection. As the smoke and the acrid scent and the blood just fills your nostrils. Hello.
First, so I'm gonna get hopped in the mode describing it. What is the spell resistance check again?
It's your level plus your casting modifier.
Oh, so it's just concentration, essentially?
More or less. It's a spell casting
level
check.
Okay. 27?
We'll make it.
Hole is gonna go 30 feet up in the air, and then I'm gonna move 30 feet forward to right here. I see the cannonballs, right?
Oh, it's long since left it.
Oh no, I just thought there was like another one planted itself in its back.
Oh right, yeah, one in its spine. Yes, actually.
Yeah. And I guess I'm gonna be a little bit flavorful with this. Holo's gonna do a little chant to his patron before a large amphibian-like arm will just kind of manifest, holding a large bolt of lightning, and it's gonna slam it down into its spine. I'm gonna cast lightning bolt on it.
Nice.
And
Hit it with the Wrath of Frog.
19 electricity.
Rat the frog.
It's not good on its save.
And it's also kind of paralyzed from the whole
Yeah,
way
which is why
down,
its
not way
reflex
stuff.
bonus is.
Is it?
Which is why its reflex bonus is kind of shit at the moment.
Spell resistance? Spell resistance
He's
check?
already rolled it.
I already did. 27.
Oh, you already did. Okay. Well, yeah, that was the 27. Okay, perfect.
Yep. The lightning.
Then I guess Hollow Hollow is gonna be the dragon, the dragon slayer.
The lightning bolt slams into the cannonball. It melts under the heat and the energy, and even the molten metal, seeps into the wound. And the dragon once more roars in pain, thrashing around. Mark, one more reflex save, please. Mark?
Oh no.
Give him a
Shadow
moment.
may have crashed again.
Oh,
It's
no,
been
it's
Say it
messing
not.
again,
up.
please.
One more
Oh
reflex
yeah,
save,
yeah.
please.
Reflex save.
Absolutely.
Shadow Man.
This. Bop and the inspiration. $18. That might not be enough. One moment, let me check just to be safe. Before you announce whether or not that is a success. Nope, only on checks. Okay. Hit me.
Unfortunately, this time, it's not enough.
Damn it.
As the thrashing of its head in its near-death throes you off of it, slamming you against the cliffside here. You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the cliffside.
Alright.
Shizuka.
The lightning bolt wasn't enough to kill it?
No,
Wow,
this thing is still alive.
incredible. If I move closer to it, I'm gonna get an attack of opportunity, aren't I?
You'll be moving within threatened range, yes.
Yeah, I don't have the technique that allows me to ignore that. What's my acrobatics? What's the DC again? Like 25?
Spell resistance?
No, for moving through threatened space.
I think it depends on the size of the creature, maybe?
I know there's feats for like that give you bonuses for moving through threatened spaces if
Moving
like
through
the creature is
threatened
larger
spaces.
than you.
Moving through an enemy space, through threatened squares, opponent's combat maneuver defense.
Oh Jesus! I don't think I can make that. Because I do want to get closer to its head, kind of, to be honest. If only for the sake of flavor, should I actually manage to kill it? If it is indeed on its last legs. I could just take the attack with resolve if I wanted to.
That's true. Will it knock you out though if you hit below negative? Like how does that work? Because I know you regen.
If I'm reduced to fewer than 0 hit points but do not slain, they can instantly stabilize and remain conscious. They're staggered, but they don't fall unconscious and begin dying if they take a stand of action.
Now, if the attack that hits you drives you to below your charisma score, then you cannot use resolve. That would just instantly kill you.
Yeah. Considering I have such high charisma, I think I'm gonna take that gamble.
Okay.
I'm basically just literally moving like closer to it for flavor purposes and no other reason. But
Alright.
So be it.
Its head snaps out at you as you attempt to draw closer. It thrashes and fights back desperately against its own mortality. Its bite will land. No doubt of that at this point.
Yeah, like it literally needs to like only roll a 3 or higher to hit me. Or yeah, everything that's like 3 or higher hits me. So unless this thing nat ones, I'm basically hit.
Mhm.
What if it not wins?
I mean, that would be nice, but I doubt it.
It unfortunately does not.
Yeah, I figured. I'm taking that damage.
Fuck, we didn't cut off its tail yet. We need to keep so we can get the material.
Yeah, we need to
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say so you can get the sword.
Yeah.
You
What?
could probably actually, you could probably make a sick ass
Actually.
sword with that.
Mm.
Yeah, hold on.
Looks at
I
the
was
tail of the
mostly, I
dragon.
was
Wait
mostly
a
talking
minute.
about how in like Dark Souls you cut off the tail, you immediately
Yeah,
get the
you
sword.
cut the tail off. You get like the Drake sword. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh my God, he dropped the Moonlight Greatsword finally.
We
So,
don't talk about how you got the Moonlight Greatsword in Dark Souls 1.
You know.
a lot rides on this roll. Because what this is going to decide is whether or not Shizuko is going to be present for the next X amount of days.
Basically, yeah.
That is
And whether or
true.
not- whether or not Ari is basically going to be cut out of roleplay for a while. Now, I will feel bad
Oh.
if this happens, but I am laying this right on the dice. I'm going to be
Yep,
fair.
yep. To make it,
Yeah,
to make
yeah,
it easier,
I'm-
plop that shit in the chat. Let's see.
Rolls a nat 20. Fucking.
If it crits me, I'm gonna be so sad.
It doesn't crit. It's 8.
What a suspicious amount of die.
Use correctly.
Are you verifying if you roll correctly? That's
Yes.
not a good sign.
Oh yeah, it's never a good sign. It means I've made a mistake somewhere.
No, absolutely not.
No, I mean like it's like, oh, did I really roll that good?
No.
Damn.
No, it's more like did I roll that correctly as in did I use the right dice?
Okay.
15 to damage.
Plus 15 buckaroos.
That hit comes up to a total of 23.
It's enough!
You are up but staggered,
Yes.
which means your movement is all you get this round.
Fuck.
You do
Oh yeah, I thought no, I thought staggered was just a penalty.
No,
I'm so
that's-
retarded. Yeah.
I think you were thinking of like
I
shape.
fuck- yeah,
I think you were
no,
thinking
that's
of
on-
like yeah.
No,
that's
that's
why I'd
yeah,
ask
yeah.
you to not use that word on stream.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, I didn't even
Yeah.
No, I didn't even catch it myself, to be honest. Yeah, okay.
Wait, it's easy to forget that we're. But yes. Also, session has been going for a bit. We're coming up close to time, so. And also, I'm personally starting to feel a little bit of that tiredness. But yes, Shizuka, you weather the blow, as ever, kept up by your willpower, but unable to contain or maintain the strength to land a strike. And as the dragon's bite lashes out, clamps around you, crushes, and then drops you, once more bits and pieces of you flaking away, that flame fading and then rekindling into an ember. High above, you hear a roar is the wrong word, because you've never heard your king roar. Man isn't much one for bellowing and raised voices. If anything fits him more, it's a loud sound of anger and frustration. As the dragon's head comes up, it's trying its best to keep its head away from its attackers while also going in for attacks with the only thing it has left to attack with. As it brings its head up, there's the indignant shout of, "Give me a rifle. Any rifle!" And then a crack. And a bullet slaps into the back of the dragon's head. As King Guillermo de Lorbis scores a critical hit.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Oh
Kidding
my
me?
With a
god.
This guy
rifle,
will
oh
never,
god.
he will never
Holy
be hated.
shit!
That's a times per
DNPC
modifier, isn't it?
behavior.
Yes, it is.
He can never do wrong.
Ooh,
DMPC
I heard
behavior.
that, Jules.
As the bullet slaps into the back of its head and comes out the front of the skull through where the sigil was, spraying red and black gray matter out the front, as he does a total of 'There is the crack in the distance, and then the whiz of a shot that Karia, gray matter flies over your head. Some of it gets in your hair. As the dragon goes stock still for a moment, and then it collapses to the ground.
Oh my god, Guillermo the Dragon Slayer.
Oh my god. Whoa.
woo!
Guillermo,
Man, I
kill
want
steal.
that title.
Before its head hits the ground, Kerr will drop Shatter Spike and rush to the maw of the dragon.
Guillermo the kill stealer. Lovely.
Boom. He'll just he'll just catch the dragon's head.
It's heavy.
Something something
I
pop
know,
sound.
but it is definitely hefty. But even then, I can lift off the ground, hopefully about 5,000 pounds. So I'm not trying to cradle it, but I'm just trying to more so get some words out of it. See if its demeanor has shifted. Mainly if the sigil is there.
What is that thing that's
He's still enlarged, so yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, the dragon just had a hefty piece of its brain blown out.
Yeah, that's fair. It's probably dead
It's-
actually. Yeah.
It's twitching. Its eyes are spasming. They're jittering all over the place. They're tracking everything. You can't tell if it's death throes or just something. It's a moment where its mind is shutting down. Its eye goes to the facsimile of Maluna. It goes to you. It goes to Hollow Hollow. It goes to Vark. It goes to the slowly reassembling shape of Shizuka, to Siren up on the ridge, to Mallory nearby, and even Vair, who slowly and apprehensively approaches. But the eye does eventually land on you, Karia. As the sigil slowly begins to fade, and the dragon's body sags as its full weight comes down, and and all strength leaves its body. For a second, its eye glimmering, glowing, pupil slitted, tracks you, looks you in the eye. There's how menacing a visage as a dragon this has. It's hard to imagine it, but for a second, there's almost a sort of weakness in its eyes. Before that glow then dims, its pupil relaxes, goes wide, and it's no longer tracking you. The dragon has passed.
There's gonna be a moment where Karya sits there, and the spell at this point most likely will be fading. And as it does, he comes down with the dragon, and as its eyes have the fire in its eyes have gone, he'll take a moment and attempt to. Yeah, they have lids. I had to think about it for a second. They have weird mono lids. He'll place the head on the ground, move to its left, and then its right eye, and close them and mutter under his breath, really, if anything, Chevisir tut sulta jahus vidosir ir. Sleep now, O Tharkin. A pitiful end.
The dragon
Is there any? Oh,
sags
no.
into
Yes,
the
sir.
dirt. The heat that was before roiling off of it abates as the rain comes down harder than before. The blood sloughs off of its body. The ground once more rehydrates, and it turns to mud beneath it and you. As the skies weep the passing of such a massive creature. What were you going to say?
Turn back and look for potentially this sigil was carved in, correct?
There was almost scar tissue that highlighted it. It's now somewhat marred, but you can see still traces of it on the forehead. Those that wish can still attempt spellcraft checks.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm right there. I may as well.
I was curious if I could just read magic, which is a cantrip.
You could do that. It wouldn't immediately help you understand it, but it would give you a bonus.
I take it this is I'm identifying something.
Oh, it's
Yeah. That is a 22 to identify, by the way.
That is a
or rather
26.
spellcraft.
That's actually really low. I have a plus 19 to that skill.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unfortunate.
22 to spellcraft, 27 to spellcraft for Siren. She crit that. That's
I'm
pretty
at
nice.
20.
Very nice. So, colluding around this and knocking your heads together to try and understand what exactly happened to this dragon. So, see, Shizukai's wandered off.
Yeah, I'm writing a little something. You can continue GMing.
The sigil you find, all of you kind of knock your heads together as a kind of type of magic is this? What school is it? What did it do exactly? Where does it spring from? What is this? Why is this inscription type foreign? For Karya, what you're able to supply is that this kind of magical scripture, this language, it's different from what you guys saw up in the north because it's not anything like it. This is draconic magic. This is a draconic inscription. Hollow and Siren, though Siren more solidly, were able to come to the conclusion. Mallory understands nothing about what this means. If anything, he's just absorbed into the bullet hole.
Yeah, he's staring there. He's like, I have to look like I know what I'm talking about so that I can
Well,
keep up appearances, but
Evil
I don't know what the
magic.
fuck is going on.
Mallory's,
now, even
Mallory's
that-
looking at the sigil, and all he's seeing is the bullet hole.
Fair enough.
Dragon brains.
Tasty.
They're a delicacy. Well, maybe they are. Nobody knows. This magic is of the enchantment school. Little surprise there. And is of draconic origin. Specifically, is a blend of two different spells, two powerful curses. Ones that, unfortunately, as it is, you would not have had the means to overcome. Especially not on a creature like this, which has such hefty resistance against magic and compulsion. You would have first had to overcome its ability to resist your magic before you would have then been able to overcome the curses. But it's a blend of two. The first is a curse of feeble mind.
Oh yeah.
One that mechanically speaking, reduces a creature's intelligence and charisma to 1.
Damn, that was my theory. I was right. It was feeble-minded.
The second curse is a geas.
I don't like
You
those.
know, you know what? You know what's funny? I was actually thinking. I bet there's Gias on that bad boy.
Mm-hmm.
Slaps a dragon. This bad boy can fit so much Gias on it.
Or
Unfortunately,
Gash, whatever,
what
however
the-
you pronounce it.
Okay, she is.
I was, yeah, Gash. Either way.
Most people I know pronounce it geas because, well, written in phonetics and all that.
Code
That's-
Geass.
Eh,
Yep.
but unfortunately, the nature of the compulsion is impossible to tell, as the actual compulsion is usually given via is usually implanted via a lengthy indoctrination process as the curse is put upon the target. It is subconsciously or consciously implanted in the target, usually via verbal means, and then the target carries it with them in their mind. It unfortunately is not housed within the glyph itself. The glyph is just the anchor for the curse. So even with careful examination, you're not able to quite understand or glean what exactly it was compelling it to do, but it might not be too hard to see, at least on the surface level, what it was being forced to do. It was reduced to animalistic intelligence, and then compelled to hunt without ceasing. What exactly it was doing all the way down here, especially one that is supposedly Orthos' kin, is a mystery in and of itself. As Karia, you know, Orthos' kin don't just fly down on vacation to foreign lands and start eating things.
Yeah, no, they don't.
Most
Ugh.
dragons tend to keep to themselves, especially ones of this age tend to keep to themselves nowadays. And there's a perfectly good Orthos territory up in the up where you came from. So why is it here?
How did it get here is a good question too. It couldn't have just flown and no one heard about it.
Yeah, dragons tend to be noticed when they're unless they some dragons have magic that allow them to. Well, many dragons, well, most dragons have magic, and many dragons have magic that allows them to cloak their passage when passing through mortal territories. But this creature is or was feeble-minded. It would not have been capable of using magic. So
I think
either someone
at this
snuck
point-
here, or someone put it here.
I just realized something. This is probably going to make poor Guillermo. I can't pronounce his name all of a sudden.
Guillermo.
Guillermo. This is probably going to make him more loved by the people. He's a fucking dragon slayer.
Yeah, no, he's a dragon slayer. He's never going to be hated. And to the point of this dragon in particular, the one Guillermo slayed, possibly being teleported here, I think at this point Siren would explain, like she would essentially just say, I started a telepathic connection with it, trying to be diplomatic with it, and it just, instead of responding like how I was expecting it to, it just showed me visions of what I assumed to be your father, Karya, on a throne. I saw a skeletal hand, I saw servants, I saw slaves, I saw an immeasurable amount of pain and overwhelming sensations. It's possible it was sent here by someone and reduced to an animalistic creature, possibly to target you.
Well, and that order was not given by my father.
Why not?
Because if my father wanted something, one, he wouldn't want it from me. I doubt he even remembers me. That's if he's alive. Moreover, he wouldn't send just one. My father's many things, but you don't become that old just by being foolish. If he wanted to wipe out an entire nation, he had the means to do so.
Well, who's to say this isn't the first of many? And who's to say you weren't the only target of fire as well?
Also, who's to say it's even that? You
And
said
I-
skeletal hands, servants, slaves. Doesn't sound like I don't know, this Orthos fellow to me.
He
Slaves,
might be getting
perhaps.
help from someone. He may have, he may be in cahoots with some powerful mage of some sort. A skeletal hand could indicate, I believe it's called a lich? Is that right?
Perhaps.
Yes, as a matter of
But-
fact, Siren has met a lich before.
Yeah, you've met a lich before.
I've met a lich before. I think I'll
Harry!
ask questions
The point remains. Then why would it be feeble-minded? Orthos holds dominion over his kin. In his clutch and his brood, they will listen to him without question. There would be no reason to feeble-mind something and weaken the beast.
for him. Well,
Unless he wants them silenced.
that's the thing. If you want someone to do something for you and you don't want them to give out the information on that mission, you silence them.
It could have been a
Dragon's
pun.
still a dragon. It's not any weaker. It's just dumber.
I will
They
say,
have lost.
I will say,
Mm.
Siren, from the first glimpses into your mind, you didn't get any hint of Orthos or any other red dragon being involved. The second vision was more just a look at Orthos's home when
I
it
see.
recognized Karya. The first vision you saw, in connection with all the pain,
Mhm.
there wasn't red, there was white.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was a white, kind of silver pain
Silvery.
in the front of the mind. The second vision was in
Mm.
regards to your home when it looked at you, but at first, it was mostly the pain and suffering.
Well then,
And as for your father and his modus operandi, Arya, as far as you know, this is not Orthos' MO.
yeah, no, I figured as much.
Orthos is a schemer. He's never done something this reckless.
I'm done typing it out. I can pause whenever you give me the okay.
For sure. Karo will kind of shake his head. If you saw white, Siren, then I only have two potential outcomes. One, those white gods in the north, who have apparently taken harbor in the dragon home, of which I seek, somehow found their ways into the clutch of a dragon's mind. But even then it wouldn't explain why a red dragon was out that way in the frigid frozen north. But more than that, if anything, Orthos, bastard as he is, made many, many enemies, and that did come back to bite him. When I was a boy, I saw my opportunity with young Vair, and we left after the raid of a great white dragon. Or perhaps it was silver. I don't remember exactly, I just remember the frigid biting cold. and the silence that was filled in that cave. And that spear I took from his mound of gold, and gods above would I do to get back and have taken at least a bag full of it, but I digress. If it could have potentially been his competitor, well, that would at least explain the silver and white. I would actually, in truth, hope that it would be. A dragon is at least tangible, and we know nothing of the white gods in the north. But either could be true. Both are dangerous. And if anything, this only draws more attention. So it's not my father, I can say that for certain. But exactly what it could be, I do not know. But I shudder at the thought of it.
Is your father the type of person to associate himself with, I don't know, the necromantic types or the liches and whatnot?
There were necromancers that served under my father, but he would never be subservient to one of them as to do something such as this to one of his brood. My father is a dragon, a red dragon, an ancient worm. He is proud among nothing else, to the fact that he would not even dare breathe fire in his cave as to not melt his treasures. It would be very unlikely that he would be so willing as to let an elder like this be turned into such a rampaging beast. Not only would it be foolish, but it would look poorly upon him that he cannot control his own. It wouldn't be him.
So if it's not him, it sounds like someone else had designs on attacking our friend Guillermo.
I don't even believe it was Guillermo. Perhaps it would have
No,
been.
no.
But
Perhaps someone is using your kin to make a mockery of dragons. Again,
or perhaps
possibly to target you.
I don't
Make it
think that
seem
there
like
would
it
be.
sort of would.
In truth, Theron, I am a nobody in the eyes of those dragons. Even my own siblings would barely look at me with anything more of little recollection. But why would they send a rampaging dragon here of all places? Far enough away that it would be hard enough to find. Let alone, a dragon hasn't been seen rampaging in Lords knows how long.
Wait, we came out here. Wait, actually, DM, how far are we away from the castle from Guillermo's home?
What was it? It was like
Like, are
about
we just on the outskirts of the kingdom?
half an hour's
or-
ride from the city.
Yeah, it wasn't. We're still close, like close enough that we're still within
Close enough.
territory.
Because I'm thinking, what if like this is some kind of distraction?
That's what I was thinking. Perhaps something is trying to draw its attention away. And perhaps it came here. And perhaps I was motivated. I did look into my brother, but even then, I doubt that scrying my brother would have allowed him to not only gain access to a powerful lich of some kind, who could bend the mind of this dragon. My brothers are strong, my sisters are strong, but they are half. And that dragon's might, I don't even believe some of them could take on an adult dragon on their own. I say some, but no,
As you all deliberate, high up on the ridge, you hear the sounds of celebration begin.
May I post because that has to do with that?
Please
yes.
do. But while that noise begins to build up on the ridge, the facsimile of Meluna Orania by Siren gently, even tenderly, begins to approach the dragon. He comes up to its massive head, its eyes dim.
Oh, you mean with it? Okay, never mind.
It brings one spectral hand up, places it on its brow. There's a look of regret on her face. Then the hand passes through, sinks into it, and then reemerges. In its hand is a glowing ember of something red, something fiery.
Can I reach out and, not take, but reach out almost
Steal it?
as,
Hey.
not steal it, but reach out kind of, listen, it's on fire, alright, can I just reach out and, like, ask her to potentially hand it?
You can most
Not
certainly
with
ask.
words, just kind of.
Would you
I'll
then
just kind of.
gesture for as if to
Yeah,
take it?
because he's still solemnly knelt beside this dragon who he doesn't really know. He'll look up to her doing that, and he would just kind of tenderly reach with a kind of somber
She will not take
nod.
it away from you. You wish to continue reaching out to it.
I'll do so. I'm more so asking if she would be willing to give it to me, but yeah, she probably can't. So.
Your hand goes up to
Yeah,
it,
he'll-
and then
Mhm.
no sensation, no heat, no nothing. Your hand passes through it.
Through the fire? Oh.
Yes. This burning something that she has taken from it. She holds it, cradles it almost. Almost the way you cradled Vair when he was an egg. She holds it up against her bosom, clasped between two hands. There's a bittersweet smile on her face as she holds the soul of the dragon within her hands. And then dissipates to glimmers of moonlight, embers.
May he be at peace.
Yes. But
Shizuka, you may post that now if you wish.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my.
I was busy writing. Though when you like was getting on describing the spirit doing that, the moment I heard rich, I was like, oh, is it something to do with the army? But no, you're fine. I was really deliberating on whether or not Shizuka would declare that the dragon was slain by Guillermo, but I'm pretty sure if she declared that, Guillermo would fucking like gut her.
Oh.
or want to strangle her.
Oh, but here's the thing. When Shizuka hobbles back up the hill to the up to the ridge where the army is camped, as cheering begins, people are soldiers are breaking open flagons of their emergency drink that they brought with them to steal their nerves. Nobody prepared for a celebration, but an army is always at least somewhat prepared for any given operation. So people, they have their emergency rations they always pack with them in their emergency bags. They have their drinks, they have their rot gut liquor that some of them have brewed in boots. And as the cheering picks up and celebration begins, Shizuka coming up the hill, declaring that the dragon is slain, her body partially reformed already. Guillermo is already involuntarily crowd surfing, as many of the soldiers have taken him in their arms, brought them up over their heads, and are throwing him into the air, cheering as there's a look of utter conflict and just defeatedness on his face as they proclaim Guillermo the Iron Dragon.
And he's like
Yeah,
crying.
you know what? You know what? I think in that case, if they're already like very visibly celebrating him, she would like loudly declare that the dragon was slain by Guillermo's bullet.
The celebrations double as what was previously almost regarded as a kind of suicide march, facing a creature of legend. Oh,
Nope. No, I think I quickly disconnected because for a second Remy got out.
we also lost. I believe
yeah, we lost Vera.
Vera.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe Shadow just crashed. But yes, the celebrations redouble. He's once more thrown into the air as there's hip hip hooray, Guillermo the Alien Dragon, Guillermo Dragon Slayer, and there's just like Guillermo is like thrown repeatedly into the air every time it happens. Sometimes he'll twist 180 degrees. Sometimes he'll flip end over the end. Always the soldiers will never fail to catch him, and every single time as he comes back up into the air and you see him, there's just this complete and utter look of exhaustion on his face, but also a hint and a ghost of a smile. There's relief mixed with exasperation.
And Lorbus looked hella good today because they killed the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see this celebration from where we are?
You can
You
down
probably hear it.
From down where you are, you can hear it, and you can see bits and pieces of it as you see banners being raised. You see men and women hugging up on the ridge. Some are you firing their guns into the air as part of the celebration. It's.
I think, like, at that point, fucking not only did Shizuka declare him to be the Dragon Slayer with his shot, I think at that point she's just leaning there, fucking cheering.
As the
She's enjoying it as a bit too much, honestly.
As the army begins marching back towards the city, now a celebratory parade. As not only has Lorbus managed to defeat a dragon today, they defeated it with no casualties. Which, even back in the day, when dragon hunting was a thing, that was unheard of. And so, today
Lorbus looks hella good today.
Today marks a very special day. The kingdom, for its king, for its people, and for all of you.
Try as he may, Guillermo will never escape what's meant for him.
There's no way he's not gonna be, not a monarch anymore.
Oh no, whatever shall he do with such love?
Now, depending on how you guys go about this, there will eventually, with time, people will come down. They will begin seeing to the corpse of the dragon.
Oh, that's ours.
I don't think we have legal right over the. I don't think we have legal right over the dragon.
Well, not even
I don't
that.
think
Listen, as
anyone
much-
has a right.
It's not even that. You guys have one burnt cart to make off with whatever you want off of this thing.
Can we take that tail? Can we take the tail?
The bladed tail.
Can we have
Listen.
Honestly, those teeth are swords, so yeah, Paulo.
Listen, because fucking Guillermo's shot through the skull, the dragon's head needs to be displayed over its throat with the bullet hole in the skull.
That goes.
I hate to do this, but if anyone starts trying to cut this dragon up, Karia will murder them. So don't.
Didn't you say
don't
you
do
wanted
it.
a dragon scale armor or something?
Not in
sword?
character.
Out of character,
Yeah.
he said he wanted to wear
You
his
said you
dad like a
wanted.
suit.
Yeah, exactly. In character, no. Karia just, for the first time ever, killed one of his own. Even though he's not very proud of it, he doesn't
Yeah.
really feel good about it.
Yeah,
He's not gonna let everybody cut it apart.
Dragon Slayer's a pretty title on most other. For him, that's Kinslayer.
Yeah, congratulations. You've just you know who else is a dragon in the party? Everyone's like, yeah, you filthy, disgusting dragon. And Karia and Bayer sitting in the corner like, yeah.
Yep.
Kicks the dirt. Yeah, I know.
Yep. But yeah.
Flick straight up stating at one point to broadside the bastard.
Yep.
Like literally
Broadside they did.
the bastard.
Yeah, Kisurin says, it's interesting you use the term Orthos kin, right? Was it Orthos?
Orthokin.
Orthos
Kin of Orthos.
It's that term. It's familiar to me because I remember as a young girl, we'd hear stories of the family of Dova, and of the Dova kin.
God
fuck off.
damn it. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
hold
okay,
stab
calling
steer
in
them
an
both.
orbital smite.
Somewhere on a mountain somewhere, someone shouts angrily.
Yeah, yeah.
They were very good at shouting, much like you do.
I do shout. That's
Yes.
true.
He does
No,
shout,
but
to be
that's
fair.
Mhm.
that's not a joke though. Kari is not going to let
It's
anyone
true.
touch this thing
He is
for at least a little
Dovahkiin.
while.
Dragonborn
Mhm.
Vata.
No,
It is
you can't target
it is- So there's Va, which is just the first one, and then Vata, and then Vata Ka. There you go. It's 3. I
It's
did
perfect.
actually
It's
do that on
perfect.
purpose.
It's a
I
Oh
dragon.
my
did
god,
do that on
we-
purpose.
this is copyrighted.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hey, counter argument. Up, right, down, down, down.
I know.
Okay.
But that is not a joke. When people come to see to it, Kari is going to tell them to keep away for a little while. He wants to at least give this thing a proper send off, if that makes sense. Afterwards,
of
it's fine.
course.
Its
Of
soul is
course.
gone, but he's not gonna let people start ravaging at it, including the guards who walk up.
Mhm.
He is covered in blood.
Oh,
with a
there's
bleeding,
going to
bloody
be
sword.
probably a few drunken patricianers and soldiers who are going to want to try and dance on the dragon's body.
Yeah, no. Kara will start throwing people off. That's not a joke. I just grab,
With the
throw.
with the luxury of having the rain-soaked ground to catch them when they fall.
Exactly. Yeah, no.
Also,
Kari is-
you're giant, so you know, have fun with that.
Yeah, no. Well,
you're large still.
that spell did wear off.
7 minutes. No, it ain't.
Yeah, I think at that point
There's
it
a
does.
couple.
Eventually,
Probably.
eventually
A
it
couple
will wear
minutes
off. But yes, Taria, it sounds like, would stay behind for a time to mourn.
Yeah, I'm gonna just bloop, and we're gonna sit here. Go have fun.
Vair is quiet. He doesn't say much or anything.
Siren's
Yeah,
gonna
figures.
make her way down this little ledge. And mourn as well.
What does the rest of the party do?
Hold on,
Celebrate.
she's gonna be like, I'm gonna go back to the cart, like, get this thing.
a last little healing.
Just,
Oh.
you know.
Ah,
What,
okay.
are you okay? What
Yeah,
did
I'm
you?
fine.
Okay.
He wants to heal.
Oh, healing.
Wait,
Okay.
look at
Let's
that.
squeeze in a bit of healing before people go.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. I can beat up more guards that way.
Are 46
Oh.
plus 2.
So I'm not joking when I say I'm.
Like,
I'm
I- I would like to point out if he actually hurt anybody, you will have Shizuka to answer to.
That's fine. He will.
Just
He's
don't
not-
be
he's
too.
not-
Just don't be too rough, please.
No, he's not like, you got too close. Great sword. No, he's just like,
picking people
away.
up and chucking them.
Yeah, he's just like,
You-
no,
you know how-
don't dance
you know how
on
you
the
pick up-
dragon.
You know how
Yeah.
you pick up young children and by under the armpits and move them? That's
That's
what I imagine
precisely-
Karya doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they start to climb on it, and he grabs them by the nape of their neck and just tosses them. No, let
Toss the guard.
toss the guard.
New hit game. Toss the guard.
Let's do this in order. We know what Taria and Siren are doing.
Refer to the message up above that is now gone. She's just laying on the field,
Yeah,
I see.
yeah.
elated to be alive.
We lived.
Happy to be alive. We live.
Okay. Jaiko is celebrating her own mortality. Holla. You are going to go check on the car?
Yes, and as he goes by, he's gonna look down and check and be like, I'm gonna go to the cart, you wanna come along?
With
Do you want to drag me?
I mean, I
She
can.
holds up an arm towards her. Fuck. Ingi hard.
Ingy hard.
Just-
Ingy.
It's funny.
Actually,
It's funny to
Hold
me
on,
that
there's a
Shaiko is the one. It's
Wait,
funny to
what?
me that she's no, she's a fucking, yeah, now you've confused me, Ryan.
Jaiko.
It's funny to me that Shaiko is the one who's like laying in the field contemplating mortality when she was probably the one like who didn't get
Hit
like
all.
she was the furthest away from the dragon at all times.
hey,
Yeah.
I was hit with dragon fire and left. I think it was like
So was everybody.
Yeah, but you weren't left single-digit health.
I was I'm not gonna lie. Well, I guess technically
Well-
not. Chico's fancy cloak would have technically given him 10 more, but I walked out of that fight with 2 HP. Like,
Yeah, well,
Also, did you heal Chico the 17?
I did.
Yes, did you get the 7? Okay,
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Not that 13 though. I'm out of the range. But either actually no, it was 15 health that I had before.
Either
Anyways, yes, she's survived. She's celebrating her life expectancy hasn't gone down quite yet.
If you were a cat, you'd be
Listen,
gone
she exactly.
Instead, all of you are
fuck.
just a little bit singed. Actually, quite crispy.
What's it
actually.
called? What I was gonna say. Keep in mind, I should say, Jago is a mage. Well, first and foremost, she's a grass person. Second and foremost, technically a mage. Still, she doesn't really consider herself much of a fighter. So this stuff is actually mortifying.
Consider that I was just pulling your tail.
Hmm.
Not literally,
But yes.
Consider lightning bolt. Not really, but
oh, do try me. Do try me.
Please, let's not cap this off with PvP.
Yeah. I like to imagine Chico's arguing with Shika somehow, and then like Ho is just dragging her away.
This is the most conversation they've had ever since.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the most they've talked to each other.
Oh, she's got. Just wait for it. She's got some choice words for fucking Chaco. Just wait for it.
Let's see. But yes, it sounds like Mallory. What is your intended plan going forward?
Bullet hole.
I just imagine Mallory going in there with a finger.
Oh god.
We will be
I'm
capping
not
this off.
touching a dead lizard.
Yeah,
Even if it's worth.
Even if the whole body is worth hundreds of thousands of pieces of gold.
Hundreds of thousands of pieces of gold. But I imagine Karya wouldn't let anybody touch
He's
the
looking.
dead
He's
dragon.
fucking. Kari is kneeling there, looking at like mourning over the death of one of his kinsmen, and Mallory's looking down. All he sees is just a pile of gold.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. Don't get me wrong, you can take it, but he has to finish. He has to give it its last rites. he has to do this right.
Yes. What is Mallory doing currently?
Where is Guillermo? Because he shot it and quit.
He's currently being carried off to the capital for celebrations.
Unfortunate.
He's crowd surfing.
Hurrah.
Sweet victory.
Well,
And like honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if at this point there isn't like a fucking marching band. Just
Give him an hour.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so we will know 100% that it's dead right now, yeah?
It's got a
Oh,
hole. in
it's
its
very
head.
dead. Its soul got
Yeah,
ripped
sure.
out. Like,
So,
Well, not ripped because that
Ripped
would,
out. It was-
that would
its
imply that
soul
it had
was
to be,
taken.
pulled loose.
yeah, no, its soul was taken up above, removed. All I'm saying is, if I could have eaten the dragon's soul, I would have gotten like 10,000 runes. All right, so no, I'm
Mhm.
kidding.
Yeah, and you would have gotten one word for your next dragon shout.
That's true. Yeah, I would have been able to use Vatakari, and and it'll actually work this time.
Ah, yes. You
That's
can.
like
Yeah, there you go.
You are
So
the
yes,
king.
Mallory, again, what are you doing?
I think. So, do we even own this dragon? Do we own the forest?
That's not really been cemented.
Do we own it?
Do you have
I mean, it's
legal?
dead
Do you have
now.
legal precedence over? Like, do you have legal jurisdiction over this corpse? You don't know. That's not been solidified yet. That probably needs to be
That's
discussed with the current regent.
That's true, and he's currently being hoisted off somewhere.
Yes.
And I doubt we
No.
can carry much of it with us.
Hey, maybe he'll let us have it though. Maybe they will hoist it off, and then
we
he'll be like,
can't.
"Yeah, it's in our treasury. You can have it."
We're gonna get a ship out of this.
Oh yeah, we can.
That's
Oh
also
yeah,
true.
we can barter
I-
ship out of this.
That's really cool.
Honestly, I kind of doubt the buoyancy of fucking Dragon's Guild.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, we're
I
not
thought
gonna
we
We
were
make.
don't-
No,
bartering.
we're not
Mm,
making
don't
a
doubt
ship.
all
you'll
dragon
you'll make
skills.
gonna make a hull with the supporting struts being made of its rib bones.
Certain
That would be
reptiles.
metal. That would be really metal, but
That would be pretty
unfortunately,
metal. I'm not gonna lie.
Unfortunately, there's no
We
wings
put
left.
the dragon head on the front of the ship.
Do that. Unfortunately,
Like the
there's no wing.
Hey!
There's no wing leather left, so you can't make sails out of that.
That's unfortunate.
I
was
cast
I was
men.
kind of
I'm
eyeing the
kidding.
wings.
I cast.
What isn't? It is technically an object now. It's a corpse.
as a corpse, it is an
But
object.
Mendos only works against like 1-inch fractures and tears.
Well, spam that.
Put it in the bag of holding.
It is a
Rapid
cantrip,
fire.
you know.
Okay, so my
It
bag of
doesn't.
holding
It
that
won't
holds
fit
up to
into the
15 by
opening of the
15
bag.
feet.
of holding.
Yeah.
Just chop it into 15 by 15 feet blocks.
Let's see.
That is
Or
not
we
We're
start
gonna
playing Minecraft with this corpse.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, I think when, or rather, near the end of Karya's rites, because I believe that Mallory would, at least if he's speaking Draconic, still be able to understand it.
This is gonna take all night. I'm not joking when I say he's gonna be here for a while.
Oh my god. Okay, it's gonna take all night.
Kari is going to be holding a very lengthy vigil. Sounds of things.
Yeah, if that's the case, I didn't know it was going to take a lot. If that's the case, there's something I want to
Oh,
do
that's
before you
what-
start
yeah.
your rites.
Yeah, that's why he said quite literally, "Go celebrate." I have something to prepare.
It's okay. She'll stay there, but she's going to do something before you start your rites, just so she doesn't interrupt you during.
Okay.
While you're mourning for the dragon, Shizuka's just gonna come up with a list of all the people it ate.
Hmm.
Just like, you know. Just wanna.
Yep.
If you wanna
It's just
mourn for
like-
those.
Like Shizuka is going to be spending the next week organizing fruit baskets for all the families.
Fruit
Yeah,
basket.
fucking basically.
Well, we should probably pair it with
Hey.
nice wine.
Ah, yes.
Well, actually, Mallory is going to look over to Shizuka.
Shizuka's gone.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I'm
Shizuka's
not
off
I'm
with
not on
the
the map
parade.
anymore.
She's off with the
She's-
parade with the king, where he's currently being
Basically.
forcefully
Carted
brought
back
back
to
to the
Lourdes.
forcefully carted back
That
to
is-
the palace.
Funny enough, one of the reasons why she's actually going with the celebrations is that if the dragon was meant to kill Guillermo, that there isn't a plan B. So she's actually also actively doing her duty as a bodyguard right now.
About that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well, at
Wh-
least, okay. So then,
now knowing that Kari is going to be
Mallory's-
here for a while, what is Mal?
okay. So he's gonna first give him a singular pat on the shoulder and say, "Do what you need to do. Don't bury it. I need it." And then he quickly rushes off to the. to
Yeah,
the-
no,
With a
taking
quick
a hole like
advance.
that.
Don't do anything with it.
Don't do anything with it. We can make a ship out of this. And then he's gonna go off to
We
the
can
party.
carry him with us wherever we go. He'll be the wind in our sails.
That's fucked. Oh, that's
He's gonna keep a little bit of him with us. I'm gonna carry him as a sword. You can keep him as your armor. We'll all ride
That's
him.
true.
Yeah, but what he's gonna do is
We'll
he's gonna
all ride
go after the party people so he can discuss with Shizuka and Guillermo now that they actually slayed the dragon and had to actually fight it. New terms to their agreement.
See? Okay. With your intention of herring off after the king and his entourage, Vark. You rode a dragon.
Yeah,
What are you gonna do next?
sure did.
Gotta fix my back. Just gotta throw off a dragon into a rock.
Yeah.
I have a scoliosis now.
Maybe it's the
I have a
adrenaline dying
scoliosis.
down, but you feel like your skin is just throbbing.
Why did you use that word?
It was on purpose.
It was very on purpose
Why is it throbbing?
because it involves blood flow.
He flung me to the and half laying in the half.
Okay, but I'm gonna go sleep now.
Half
Okay, take care.
pain.
Thank you for playing.
The adrenaline
Good
swept
night.
his body. were you able to hear me
No,
or not?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
no, you dropped off there for a
Okay.
second.
Oh,
Yeah, you cut out for me too.
well, he's been he's been sitting where he was basically flung towards this whole time, just watching the dragon, finally meet its end, slump to the ground. Just reliving everything just kind of happened, and similar to what happened in Strasbourg, he just takes it all in with pupils dilated, and he slowly takes out his notebook and begins writing.
Dear diary, kicking his feet. Just-
Yes,
I
it's,
can-
it's,
I can-
Hey, I
Bark-
got a dragon.
Bark is writing
Today
to
we
his notebook,
murdered a
which is more or
dragon.
less the notebook is more or less at this point becoming a log of any time he's going through an adrenaline high.
Yeah.
As the ice starts to go down. Once you've finished journaling that, though, what do you intend to do next for the rest of the day?
I don't know. This is
I
as
get
much
that part.
Varg. This is as much Varg as it is me asking, what do you do after slaying a dragon?
You go drink.
Sounds like, but yeah. Someone else. If that's actually what you end up doing,
Yeah.
because someone someone suggests it, or you come to that own conclusion. From what it sounds like, Vark is just kind of sitting there, staring off into the distance, penning notes every now and again.
Yeah,
Just-
he's sketching an actual drawing of the dragon, at least his head.
He's drawing a scrungly, like a kid's drawing of him on top of the dragon killing it. Like he did it.
It's like that Karya drawing with "I need a sword that looks like this," and it's like a
Yeah.
fucking
Just the
big,
figure with the big
yeah,
sword.
the big
Stupid.
sword.
Dear
Sword.
diary, today I did this. Ta-da!
Funny.
Ta-da! Are you proud of me, Mom? Question mark.
Put it on the fridge.
Oh, that's so sad.
We'll put it on the fridge. But yes, God, yeah, he's like shows the back of his hand to the drawing. But yes, sounds like that's mostly what you're gonna be. Vark is going to be soaking things in for a bit. Flick.
Yes.
You were party to the felling of a dragon.
Celebration. He'll probably.
What was that? You dropped out for a second.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, for Flick celebration, initially he's going to join the rest of the festivities.
Okay.
Partake in some of the drink, some of the dance. Commend the soldiers for their good aim.
Okay.
Okay.
In that case, it sounds
No.
to me.
Yeah, but then after a little while he'll probably taper off and he'll probably go hang out in a nearby hill, just to clear his mind.
Okay. You're gonna get the party in, but then afterwards take a little time for yourself.
Yeah.
Alright. Sounds to me like people
Yeah,
are
some
gonna...
time to ruminate on the fact that we just killed a dragon.
So it sounds to me as if the
And
group...
now you can rub it in everyone's faces.
You were there when the dragon was slain. This is going to become a national holiday, no question. Everybody in Lorvis is going to be asking each other,
Yeah.
where were you when the dragon fell?
Just
The dragon
just for
I was on the battlefield.
was
He
there.
literally was. I stabbed the dragon. Like
And then-
without us,
I was
he would
on
not
the
have done
dragon.
this.
I was
Yeah.
there, man.
Yep. So, what it sounds like,
I
people
was
are going
there,
off in their
man.
own
God
separate
damn it.
directions. Everybody's got seemingly their own individual plans for the time being. Some of you may run into each other and intersect here and there, but I think that's something to be tackled next session, as we will
Oh,
deal
there
with the
was
aftermath.
one thing. One tiny little thing.
What was that?
I guess I should ask this before I just go ahead and do it. So the spell sending.
Mhm.
It says you are able to send messages of up to 25 words to a creature you are familiar with. But when it says familiar, do you have to know them on a deep level, or is it sufficient that you know their name,
Name
you
and
know
face
their
is usually
existence,
enough.
you know of them, and you have seen them?
Name and face
Okay.
is usually enough.
Name and face. I'm gonna have Siren send a message to Orthos.
Oh, you did see his
He
face.
might be dead. I hope he's dead.
If he's dead, well, I guess he wouldn't necessarily respond if he was alive. He can choose if he wants to respond or not. But
Does
guess we'll see.
sending have a range limit?
Being on the same plane.
Yeah, you need to. Be
Oh
on the same
Jesus!
Its biggest
Don't
limitation
call
is that
my
you can only send
angry
25 words. So what are your 25 words or less?
Hello, Orsus. This is the girlfriend of your son. You're an asshole.
plane. Hey.
You're a big
You're-
meanie poo poo head. Why would
Oh
you come
fuck,
after
fine.
me?
I won't. Now that you said
My-
you're a big meanie, I'm not gonna say that.
My son is a girlfriend.
That's
No,
virgin.
If the Orthos,
It
That's
would
right.
literally
was
be
the
who?
Orthos name?
No, it's who?
Who? Yeah, he doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Kari was a little slave boy. Like he
Look,
fucked off.
what are your
I know.
25 words or less?
Okay. You may not know me, but I know you. I don't like you. Be wary. There are those around you that mock your kin. Tyrant. And with 25 words, I can't give much more context or explanation other than that.
Hmm.
So,
Interesting choice of words.
You
Just
you
thought he
may
should
you may
know,
not
you know?
know me. You may not know me, but I know you. I want to play a game. No, no, no.
No. Siren gets a response. It's just okay.
okay.
No, do you know how much he must be getting just constantly bitched at by people? Anyone who has spent sending.
It's no fucking the response from Ortho is just Siren's IP address.
Yeah. It's
More or
fucking-
less.
Yeah,
That would be the kind of thing
that's-
that would be the kind of thing that
Oh
an
my
ancient
gosh,
dragon
it
would do.
does.
Siren, can I get a
It really
will
would.
save from you?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you
Will
not
sending
remember what
requires a
happened
will
last time?
save. So,
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's what that is.
Well, no, actually.
You'll
Oh.
find out.
It's
I
probably
don't
some kind of
remember.
firewall.
I don't. Yeah, you know, it's funny, but yeah, that's what
That's a-
happened to me.
Yeah.
19. Wait, did I nat
That's
20?
a 29.
No, that's
No.
a 19.
It'll be green if
19
you
plus it,
nat
yeah,
20.
29.
Siren, you are suddenly very aware of something scrutinizing you. For a second,
That's why you don't.
For a second, there is a cold sweat on the back of your neck. And you feel something warm and protective wrap around you. The presence of your goddess, your angel on you, suddenly wrapping you in a protective hug. You see this ghost laying over your shoulders as something immediately looks down, like in the most literal and figurative sense of the word, looking down on you. As one of her hands comes up to your face, and a couple of fingers go over one of your eyes and gives you a momentary sight into something, and then her hand urgently, you can feel they're weak and trying to push you in the right direction while she still can get it in. Maluna directs your gaze upwards, and through her hand, giving a filmy look into the ethereal, you see a pair of massive, glowering, draconic eyes glaring down at you, scrying on you.
Ooh, scrying.
And two
He's
words,
alive.
two words boom in your head as you take 12 points of psychic damage.
Firegrove Valley.
Can we get that written down in text, please?
Here's where I am. Come and fight me, pussy. If you're so brave.
Come and get it.
Oh!
I know
So
where
he
you
used
are.
his IP address.
He literally said,
Here's
"Oh,
my
you-
address.
you-
Come
you're
fight
fine."
me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they-
wasn't trying to threaten him. I was just saying, hey,
What do you?
well,
What do you
I can't explain
mean?
much because it only gives you 25 words. I can't say the whole spiel of, hey, one of your kin was controlled, and I don't know if it was you or not, but they were sent over here and they were feeble-minded and it was
Mhm.
embarrassing and we killed them.
You can
I
say.
can't say
well,
all that.
Well, you shouldn't, but you
What I
can
can
go.
say
You,
is
you
this.
shouldn't, but you could go. Part 1. So here is blah 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 blah.
One of one. That's one of
Please,
Yeah,
two.
please
here's my
don't
Twitter.
Send me
Here's my
one.
fucking Twitter thread I'm throwing
He's
at
on
you.
Okay.
Twitter.
You
Here's a link to my
shouldn't.
Twitter. Here's the link to my Twitter longer.
You shouldn't,
Yeah,
but you.
it sends one word
could.
back to you. It's a shortened URL.
At Twit longer.
No,
God
it sends a
damn it.
QR code to you.
Oh.
Yes, but yes, these glowing yellow draconic eyes bear down on you, ripping into your soul, looking through you and into you, as every detail about you bears itself to these eyes. And it's only your goddess's protection that helps mask you to some degree and give you awareness that this is looking down at you. And then the response, the growling, guttural voice states 2 words: Firegrove Valley.
Where is that?
That's in
On the map.
middle. On the map, upper middle. Next to Greenhold.
Very red.
Underneath Wote.
Very red.
Above
Oh,
Wote.
jeez.
Zoltowski.
Oh,
So,
hey, I came from
That's where
here.
he is. Yeah, so now we know where he is.
That's concerning.
Siren will say, because she said those words out loud, so Karya was right next to her, he could hear what she was saying, and she will turn to him and say, that was a spell, a message I sent to your father. He responded, Firegrove Valley. I'm assuming he misunderstood me and thought I was trying to threaten him. Really, I was just trying to make him aware that something had happened to his kin. But I guess he will just continue not to know.
My
And
father's
he also
alive.
attempted to scry on me. Yes, he did.
I
Well,
think
unless someone else
I think
scryed on me,
Karya
but
just
I'm
got a
pretty
heart
sure that
attack.
was him. He did scry
You
on me.
just
I saw
messaged
him
my
looking
dad?
at me.
Yeah.
Talk to my father.
Yes, I did, and he looked at me, and he was, it was kind of scary, big fiery dragon. But,
Kieran, I
He's
don't think you
alive.
understand that this dragon that is sitting right here dead, Orthos could step on him, and would
yes, I
have.
understand. Yes, I know.
Lorbis would die.
I know.
In fact, I'm pretty sure that that Rosino and Naya and all of them would die. I have little doubts.
Yes, I mean, I have no doubts that he's powerful. I'm not doubting that in the slightest. In fact, everything that everyone has ever said about him, I'm sure it's 10 times worse in reality. But, I don't know, I figured maybe if I told him something had happened to his kin and something was controlling it, maybe he didn't know. So, maybe he would go and remove the threat of the person that, or whatever it was that controlled this one here. And maybe that threat would be resolved through means of it being vanquished by your father.
I don't
But
think you understand.
if he was aware, and it was through some kind of ally of
Siren,
his
one
that
more
did
thing.
this,
Can I ask for a fortitude save while you're talking?
yeah.
Just like there's just gonna be like blood like trickling
It's
down
just
her
like,
nose.
it's just
He's
I'm
a
sure
little
I'm sure he's very terrible and powerful as blood starts dripping from her eyes. No, what actually happens is Karya, as
in the
you're
middle of
seeing,
talking with Kara, she suddenly heaves and vomits.
no, Karya, you watch as she's talking. She doesn't seem to be noticing it, despite the fact that what you're seeing should be incredibly and excruciatingly painful. As something begins to carve into the skin beneath her collarbone. As an invisible blade begins carving a mark beneath it in the shape of a dragon scale, before then inside that dragon scale, draconic sigils begin etching in quick measured, shallow cuts. Before
Siren,
then,
give me your neck.
the blood drips down her chest, and then the wounds immediately turn to scar tissue.
I thought this was going to be a fortitude save to continue speaking. Like,
No.
hey, Siren, you're
No.
out of breath.
Siren, for the most part, doesn't seem to even notice this.
Siren, I need your neck.
I'm sorry.
Give me your neck, and he's just going. He's just going.
He's just gonna try to push him away.
Yeah, no.
Maria's
Look.
the one who's been mentally hijacked now.
I'm looking. My eyes are open. I'm seeing someone who's approaching very rapidly.
Affliction horny.
What does this say?
The
What
sigils
is
in
what?
the scale say Answer Seeker.
What does it say?
Answer
Seeker.
seeker.
That's more what I suspected. You know, Orthos wasn't calling us out. He didn't live there originally. I'm sure he moved. But more than that, I figured he was trying to point us in a direction.
Kari, you're
Oh.
actually familiar with this little bit of... This is Orthos's MO. That's a badge of passage. Usually reserved for thralls and slaves. A brand, if you will.
Siren, can you
Yes?
magic up a mirror? Is that something you can do?
I'm sure there's a river nearby. There's water flowing from the sky.
From far
There's-
away, you hear.
There's
A
puddles.
puddle.
Pull out your weapon.
Also,
yeah,
by the
fair.
way, she's wearing a breastplate, so it wouldn't have been visible on her chest.
Actually, yeah.
No, yeah, that's fair enough.
Hmm.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, in
Then
that
it
case.
probably
Would
branded.
work.
In that
probably
case, yeah, none of this
branded
would have
on
been
her
noticed by
forehead.
anybody. Huh.
Oh,
Well, shit.
well,
Uh,
it could have been branded on her forehead.
No.
You know,
Could have
just
been
somewhere
branded on
visible.
her neck, her
Mm.
cheek.
you know what?
Well, that's actually originally where I thought it was. It was like neck. When I thought that, I didn't
Just for
think
the sake of
collarbone.
not
I
having
thought
to
neck.
redo this whole scene later, next time Siren takes off her breastplate in the mirror,
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna say it's right on her throat where your Adam's apple would be.
She's gonna.
What? She's gonna look at a puddle of rain that's nearby that has collected some water and
Yep.
see. Oh,
You now have a
What is
fresh
that?
scar on your neck, your throat.
she's gonna point like to her neck in the reflection. What does that say? Can you read it?
Answer seeker. It's giving you passage.
Well, I am seeking answers. A passage to where?
To
Firecrow Valley?
Orthos's domain. This gives me more information than I would have actually cared for.
Hmm.
If that
Well,
means
I
his
mean-
domain is now in Firegrove Valley, that means that he's shifted where he used to be, which is understandable. But more than that, that means now Orthos knows about us, and by proxy me, but I care.
But he did already. If he's as powerful as you say, it's foolish to think he didn't.
I doubt he cared about me, Siren. I. He's just gonna start pacing and like pinching
Yeah.
his the
You're
brim
wearing
of
a
his nose.
trench into the mud.
Yeah, just back and
Yep.
forth, back and forth. He's pinching the brim of his nose, trying to find the words.
Well, I mean,
we-
hold on. I mean, you know, if this is passage, if this allows passage, isn't that a good thing?
I would then have to go.
Well, do you have to? I'm sure. this-
Yes,
What? I don't understand.
I'm not letting you go alone to deal
Who
with
said I was
that.
going?
Well, I'm going to tell you this very straight. When I went to scry on my brother back at Vark's Tower, I was met with quite a bit of resistance, and thankfully I was lucky enough to avoid being scried upon as well. I was just narrowly able to escape. Now that Orthos knows that someone else may know of something that is going on, he is going to look into it. And by proxy, he's going to either turn his eyes to the nation, which has just slain one of his children, or, more than likely, he's going to look to the one that has now given him this information that one of his elder children of his clutch has been slain and has lost his mind.
The only
So if
reason
he
he was
doesn't,
slain is because someone controlled him.
he doesn't
That's-
care that he doesn't care that the beast was slain. He would kill all of his clutch, should even a modicum of inconvenience come to him. If they can no longer be of use, he will stamp them out. What he is interested in is information. And you have that information, Siren. And you may be one of the only people who he now knows has that information, if he doesn't know already. But that now means he has taken an interest to you. He does not give those willingly. Which means if you don't come to him, he is going to come to you in some way, shape, or form.
Well, I'm sure there's a way to remove the brand. I'm
It doesn't
assuming
matter.
this allows
He knows
him
you
to...
now.
Darren, you would know now that if he was familiar enough to scry back, and now send a message back, he has seen your face via scrying. Kari is correct.
But how was he able to scry simply through a sending message? He only heard my voice.
Yes.
That's all
He's
it
a
takes.
dragon.
Sending,
They also have magical barriers.
scrying can be done, and it's more difficult the less familiar you are with a target. But with a significantly, basically, if you're a significantly powerful enough caster, you can manage it with very little connection to the target.
That is true.
And Orthos, by
I see.
by all evidence, is a very powerful magical creature.
Probably a 9th level one.
Mm-hmm.
9th spell level one.
Alright,
If it
so-
matters,
If nothing else, nothing in the message and nothing in the marking itself implies overt hostility. Alright, you know that the brands like this are usually denoted based on what their mark of station or where they are allowed to be is. A mark like this implies passage for the sake of inquiry, whereas for some of the thralls that you had, that you were known to and you knew back in Orthos's domain, they were something as simple as chamber cleaner or dung scooper or hatchery slave. It was, of all the things, weirdly enough, this marking, despite the method in which it was delivered, is probably the most dignified title you've ever seen him give somebody that wasn't one of his direct kin.
I
I
just
reached out to
imagine
the
Kari
ether,
as sweating
and I
like
got an
hell.
answer.
Yeah.
We said we wanted the campaign to speed along, and I thought this would be exciting. I got what I
I'm
wanted.
very excited for
As
this.
a player, I'm very excited too.
Thank you. Thank you very much for handing me this
no
loaded
one
gun.
else is.
You're welcome.
No one else is.
I shall proceed to hold
you
this
did-
gun to
you
Karia's head.
You didn't just hand him a loaded gun, you handed him a whole ass AK.
I'm
This
sorry,
is where
Kieran, but this
I
is
want
the-
everyone, if people are watching still, I want people to spam in the chat that Siren bless.
The eto
No,
blade.
you literally just fucked around and found out in the
Yeah.
in the
You,
And
You got
Susie,
doxed.
that
I
makes
would-
sense.
I would
Because
describe
that
it
is
as
what she's doing.
I
Oh,
I would put it that way that
this.
We were
Go
wondering
on,
where to
Ari.
go, huh?
I'm gonna put it this way that Siren didn't just hand Quest a loaded gun, but straight up a sword of Damocles.
No. Now.
What this entails in terms of actual consequences, because thanks to the way that sending happens, or sending works, and also the fact that Orthos said 2 words to you, what exactly this all means for you is something that will have to be decided later. We discovered as time goes forward. But basically, more or less, what has been dropped into your lap very forcefully is an invitation to go talk to Orthos.
I see.
And Karia
Yeah,
has
Scrying-
Karia
How long does the scrying last
has
How long does the scrying last for?
how long does scrying last for? But what I will say is that Karia has ample reason to dread this. Scrying lasts for 1 minute per level, unless
Okay.
Oh, so
prematurely-
he's just looking at you for like.
unless prematurely cut short. So yes,
So the fuckhead can
So
see
at
me.
most,
See and hear.
yeah, at most, because she's standing right next to you. At most, wait, but isn't scrying? Doesn't it only
actually,
allow you
I
to see
think it
the
is only sight.
person?
Yes, you can observe a
described?
creature at a distance.
So not anyone else.
Well, it also no, because well maybe it depends on how it actually works. But I remember when I
try and
scried with the
arrow
funny
that.
crystal orb, I was able to see people around my hometown. I
That's fair.
zoomed around my hometown essentially from afar,
Google
and I got to
Maps.
see everything.
And it's a minute per level, so at most it would last for 9 minutes.
You can see and hear the subject and its surroundings approximately 10 feet in all directions of the subject. If the subject moves, the sensor
Well,
follows at a
I'm
speed of
telling-
150 feet.
I'm telling this to Sully right now.
But it's interesting
Yeah.
he
Um,
gave Siren the mark and not Karya.
You were the one that
Karia
called me.
Because
didn't talk
you
to him.
called him.
Called him.
You called his
but
phone.
he saw you.
You
I'm
were the
kidding.
one asking
I'm just
questions.
joking.
Yeah.
Or sorry, you,
Again,
you weren't
I
asking
have-
questions. You were the
I
one making inquiries.
I have plausible
Yeah.
deniability that I don't look the same as when I left. But even then, he probably wouldn't know me. Now I'm standing
Orthos
next
is
to his
smarter than that.
dead child's corpse. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know he is.
You're also,
Even
you're also
then.
standing there next to his dead child's corpse with a big ass sword dripping with its blood. So you know.
Listen,
know,
he's gonna ask
it's-
questions.
but then
All we
again,
have to do is
all of
answer.
you-
I'm
all of
glad
you-
I'm at the car.
All of you share culpability in this. At least everybody uses visible range within 10 feet of Siren.
Not me.
I'm out. I'm at the
Everybody,
car.
everybody
Fuck
who's
you.
not within 10 feet of Siren has plausible deniability when confronting Orthos.
And the worst part is that now Vair is involved because even if he wouldn't remember Karya,
He would
he would
remember
definitely
Vair.
remember the deep dragon that he took into his clutch that they were going to experiment on.
Hmm.
So.
And then the
Hey,
words.
To say Vair was
do you
freaking out
wanna-
at the current circumstances is an understatement.
He's just Karya's like just covering his face with like his hand like a celebrity,
Mhm.
just like the
Not
whole
famous,
time
not
that this is
famous.
happening. Yeah, I'm-
Oh yeah.
Shia
I was about to say
LaBeoufing
like fucking Travis Scott.
I was gonna say Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf. Yeah, no, I'm not famous anymore.
Brandishing that knife.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But hey, this makes for a fun game.
Karya's wearing
And
like
when
a
my
bag
gut
over his
tells me
head.
something, I do it.
Hey, I'm
I
very happy
would-
with this turn of events. Anyway, I think
Oh.
that's a good
Is it-
cliffhanger to end things on. As next session, we will deal with the aftermath, the celebrations, the mourning, and discussions of future plans. As finally, with the threat past, and hopefully these celebrations will not take too long, as the kingdom has also promised to prepare you passage. For the time being, while people will be able to catch Guillermo, they'll be able to catch the king, he's going to be very busy, at least for the next few days. And it's going to be a bit before you can get him alone in a place to have an extended conversation with him.
And even
Sometime close in the future, yeah, probably several days from now, Guillermo is going to want to pull you all aside for a proper audience to discuss everything, to discuss your reward, and to discuss your future endeavors. But for the time being, he is entirely too embroiled in both celebration and what the fuck do? We have a dead dragon on our doorstep. What is this going to do for foreign relations? How will this affect the trout
The
population?
foreign
It's-
relations.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is the economy.
Mallory already went to bed, but if I remember correctly, Mallory wanted to go to the king to like discuss anti-dragon tactics, basically.
It seems.
And I didn't wanna, rain on her parade too much. But depending on when she tries this, Shizuka is basically gonna very not subtle tell her to fuck off. Just
Mm.
Yeah, it makes
Either-
sense.
Poor
It's-
Mallory.
at
She wants
first-
to talk to. Poor Mallory. She wants
it's-
to look at the dragon, and Karya tells her to fuck off.
Well,
and she wants to talk to the king, and then
let's be
Shizuka
entirely
tells her to
fair.
fuck off.
Mallory is approaching these people entirely out of self-interest, so being told to fuck off is reasonable.
Yeah.
So yeah,
If anything, he's probably been told to fuck off
first-
before and just been like, hey, whatever.
yeah, I'll come back next time.
Depending, depending on when Mallory tries this, either Shizuka would have like told her to like just let him celebrate for like a day, go away, and the following days it would have been more like he's busy with king stuff. Just come back later, please.
Yep. It becomes the typical Guillermo thing of, but amplified by like 20 of I'm back later, I'm busy, please. I got too much to take care of. This is gonna like all that partying and on top of everything else, it's gonna generate a lot of paperwork. But yes, suddenly fish in a barrel don't seem like such big fish anymore. Anyway, thank you all very much for playing today. That was eventful, especially there towards the end. Thank you,
hell.
Siren. Thank you, June.
Hey, you're welcome.
I curse you, Kieran.
Listen,
I don't know if you can
I'm a
tell, but I am
hedonist. I
smiling
do what
ear
feels
to
good
ear.
and what's fun.
This is
Yeah, me
She
too.
is a hedonist,
I-
I can confirm.
I was unsure of how to tackle it at first. I'm telling you right now, this does not immediately mean Doom is gonna come flying down at you. This is just like, wow, what a spontaneous plot hook. I love this. Let's go for it. But yes,
Because otherwise
Oh,
we get
yeah.
stuck in,
It's
just have the
I
DM
just-
push us everywhere.
I just imagine that it like a Telltale game still had the option of casting sending to authors, and the top corner was like everyone
everybody will
disliked
remember that.
Everyone will remember this.
Everyone will remember
Telltale game.
that.
And especially Karia, who I swear to God probably aged a few years.
Just
Like on the spot, Karia aged.
it's wait, no, it's Fallout. In the top right corner, you have received bad karma. Karya disapproves of this action. And
Sorry, disapproves
perk
of
gained
action.
answer seeker. Or sorry, new
What does that call
faction
a
status. There
roller
you go. New
Status
faction
effects
status.
is
Ay,
rolling.
ay.
Anyway, that was a lovely end to that session. I very much liked that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking forward to getting my teeth into that. I hope you guys are too. For now,
Hope
let's
those
go
bandits
ahead.
aren't too big of a
Oh,
problem.
no kidding.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's go ahead and close things out for the time being. Yeah, it was fun. I wonder. It's late enough. I can't possibly think of somebody to raid at the moment. Let's go ahead and just. close
I'm
things out.
actually going to take this chance to skedaddle.
Take
That's
care.
okay.
Night, everybody.
Take care.
Yes,
Take care of
Good
each other.
job.
It's a rough world.
Right.
out there.
I'll be back
Would've-
later tonight. Maybe we'll see. But Siren, once Chico finds out what happened, you're cooked.
You're cooked. Yeah, no.
Can't be any more.
I've got
can't be,
lightning
it
resistance.
Can't be any more
I
cooked
would've-
than Chico was at the end of that dragon fire.
A part of me would have genuinely liked for Shizuka to get the like kill hits on the dragon. Just for no other reason than I get to be cool, which is very selfish, I know. But also at the same time, Guillermo getting the kill in and making him a dragon slayer is just way too good for it to not happen.
I was not intending that. He saw Shizuka go down and he panicked.
To be fair, Flick
Does
also
he
found the same.
know?
To be fair,
Does he
Flick was
know
also.
that she can't die?
Oh, he knows she can't die. It doesn't mean he doesn't give a damn about her.
You know what? That's fair.
Also,
Can't
to
exactly
be
blame him
fair,
for that one.
Anyway, I'm gonna
to
go
be
ahead
fair,
and
I
mute
also
up
want
now.
the same thing for Flick because Flick